Still saying it's prepared. Hold on one second. Okay, we are good to go.
Very much, Scott. The time is 7:12 p.m. and I'd like to call the Mayor and Town Council special meeting for Tuesday, February 13th to order. Can everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
All righty. On the report is approval of the agenda. I don't think we have any changes nor can make any changes.
We have to do roll call.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. Roll call. Yes, Susan, you take care of the roll call. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Counselor Budraco,
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Here.
Counselor Mankey,
Here.
Counselor Nagel,
Here.
Counselor Page,
Here.
Counselor Plord,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rata,
Here.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Here.
Mayor Trister.
Here.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Susan. All right, now we're moving on to approve the agenda. Any issues? Anybody have any issues on there?
I would move we approve the agenda as is.
Second.
All right. Roll call vote, Susan?
Counselor Budraco,
Yeah.
Counselor Gonzalez, Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rata,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Can't hear you, Kathy.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have awards and proclamations. Because we're meeting virtual, we're going to leave that on the agenda till the next meeting so that we can do it in person for Katie. Just felt like better. Everyone, is that okay with everyone?
Makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Very good. Very good. Moving right along to presentations. Jamie, do you want to introduce who is presenting tonight?
Sure. This evening we have Rob Hillman. He is the superintendent of our highway and sanitation departments. I'm sure Rob has already worked a very long day today, but he has agreed to come forth and discuss a little bit more about what his department does for the town as part of the ongoing presentations that we receive from various departments. So I will turn it over to Rob.
Thank you, Jamie. Good evening to everyone. Good evening. It's the first time I get a chance to meet some of you somewhat in person. It's a pleasure to see your faces. It's been a long day, but I'll do my best to explain to everybody some of the operations and programs and services that we provide here at the Highway Department. I'll just touch a little bit about myself and how I got to be superintendent, and then I'll move along to some of our staff, and then, like I said, the major programs and services that we provide. I don't know if you want to ask questions as I'm going along or comments at the end. It's up to you. Whatever you guys feel more comfortable, whatever the flow might be. So I've actually been employed with the town of Newington for 15 years. I was hired in 2008 as an equipment operator one. Shortly 2 years after that, I was promoted to the assistant superintendent. Held that position for about 11 years, and I just completed my second year as the highway superintendent. So I'm pretty new to the superintendent position, but definitely not new to this the department that I'm in. Our staff consists of 17 people, actually 21 people, I'm sorry. We have 11 operators, 2 general foremen, which are basically the construction foremen, 5 mechanics, 1 mechanic foreman, and we have a part-timer in the office, and we have another office staff, Sue, who is kind of the lifeline of our department. She keeps everybody in line. So what I'll start with as our first basic program is it's only fitting for today. I'll start with our snowplow program. It was a long day for the guys. We did a couple measurements, and it looks like we got about 12 inches here in Newington today. So that's a pretty good sized storm for our staff. Nothing we can't handle, but it's a long day for these guys. They actually they just punched out as this meeting started, and they started at I was up at 1 o'clock, and I called our foreman at about 2:30. So crews were out on the road about 3 o'clock this morning pre-treating, and like I said, they just punched out about 7 o'clock. Long day for them, but they're a great staff. We as a town maintain about 104 miles of road with 14 plow sections, so that's about an average of 7.5 miles per plow section. And during the snowstorms, it's all hands on deck. We actually have some mechanics that actually pitch in, and they do have maintain some plow sections. The Parks Department, because of the size of our staff, we actually borrow an employee from the park staff to do one of our sections as well. And like I said, today's storm was pretty much one of the larger ones that we can handle, but we do have some larger equipment like payloaders with snow blowers and some other things in case we get these larger storms. Like I don't know if you all remember the October snowstorm, which was quite an adventure for us. But you know, there's not much that we can't handle in this town. Council has always been good to us with equipment, but we've got all our equipment is pretty much state of the art, new equipment. So there's really not much that we can't handle. The other major program that we have is our leaf collection program. That program is about 6 weeks long. Runs generally November through December, depending on the weather. Snow events will shut us down. Warmer weather will prolong the season because the residents like to keep their yards clean, so they'll continue to put leaves out as long as the weather is nice. We have 4 crews that pick up approximately 12,000 cubic yards of leaves. And to put that in perspective, your regular tractor trailer, the trailer on that is about 100 cubic yards. So that's roughly 120 truckloads of tractor trailer truckloads that come out of the of leaves that we pick up throughout the season. We have 4 crews that do the program, 3 highway crews and 1 parks crew. They kind of do part-time duty with us, and then they do part-time duty with the Parks Department when they're cleaning their parks. Moving on is our paving program. Our paving program pretty much consists of a mill and pave. It's where they come in and they have the larger machine, and they take about 1.5 inches of asphalt, 1.5 inches to 2 inches of asphalt off the road. They come in and they put a fresh top coat in. It's the biggest bang for our buck when it comes to doing road maintenance. We've been averaging about 7 to 8 miles of road the past couple of years, because we're probably trying to play catch up for years past, where unfortunately we didn't have the funding to do the average of 5 miles of road, which we typically like to do because that puts you on a 20 to 25 year cycle. So every road gets basically a fresh top coat every 20 to 25 years. It's a cycle we like to stay on. And that program is basically, most of that program is contracted out. The milling and the paving portion is contracted out. The staff does most of the repairs to catch basins. They'll do any drainage work that needs to be done, any upgrades to the drainage or repairs that need to be done in preparation for the paving. And typically, Tilcon is the low bid. We use the state contract for the paving. And then when it's all said and done, we do some restorations to some driveways that may have got hit by the miller, or we just couldn't match with the road. So we'll do some of those things after the paving is done. We do some paving in-house. We do some smaller pathways and roads. We've done Eagle Park path. We did one path last year and one path the year before. We do some work for the Board of Ed, some smaller parking lots, extensions to parking lots and things like that. But we're kind of relegated to smaller projects like that, just based on our staff and based on the equipment that we have for paving. We're not set up to do road paving. And then one of our filler jobs, basically for the winter months when time allows, is waterway maintenance. That consists of detention basins, retention basins, Piper Brook maintenance, cutting down any vegetation or any sediment that may have built up in the waterways. And like I said, typically these are done in the winter months when the ground is frozen. It's easier for access. We were fortunate. Council allocated some money about 2 years ago. We got a very nice John Deere tractor. with a boom mower on it. So that makes our lives a lot easier, especially when it comes to maintaining piper brook. So we're fortunate to have that. Like I said, we've been blessed with some very good equipment here. That's pretty much the brunt of our highway operations. So I'll just touch on the sanitation portion. We do not do any collections in-house. All of our sanitation contracts, whether it be curbside collection for your trash, for your recycling, or condominium collection, that is all contracted out. That's actually, that is going to be going out to bid very shortly. But what the contractor does all the collection for our residential homes, our condominiums, town buildings, Board of Ed buildings. And like I said, that's all contracts. So we manage all those contracts in-house. So we manage the disposal contract as well, where the recycling ends up and where the MSW ends up. Another facet of our sanitation is our transfer station, which is loved by most of our residents. You go in there on a Saturday or a Sunday, and there are carloads of people going in there and saying hi to Jonathan. I'm sure you all know Jonathan. He is the face of the town when it comes to our transfer station. But their residents can dispose of grass, leaves, any type of vegetation. And we have the recycling portion of it as well, where you can get rid of you can recycle your electronics, scrap metal, your appliances. We now have the mattress container there, which is a great asset. We've been able to divert thousands of pounds of mattresses that once got sent to a landfill are now being recycled. So that is a program we started quite a few years ago, and that's been a home run with our residents. And then the last program or service that we have is our fleet maintenance. That is our mechanic foreman, Hermes, is pretty much spearheads that. He's fantastic at keeping track of all that. But that basically consists of purchasing of vehicles, repairs and maintenance for all town vehicles. So that includes highway department, parks and grounds department, fire department, all their apparatus, police vehicles, town government vehicles, and we actually do work on the EMS vehicles as well. So that kind of pretty much wraps up all of our programs and services. It was kind of quick, and I'm sorry I have a tendency to talk a little fast. So if anybody has any questions or comments, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you.
Counselor Page.
I would just say, first of all, you got to be exhausted. So I think we should all keep this short and sweet, and so you can go to bed. I just want to say, John is amazing at the transfer station. Love the guy. He does a great job. And also thank you all, and please extend it to all of your staff for an amazing job in another tough storm. Thank you very much, and get some rest.
I most certainly will. Thank you.
Counselor Tiniakis.
Hey there. Yeah, I want to say thank you for the work that you guys did today. And then I wanted to just ask you about so when you guys contract out for the paving, can you just elaborate kind of on what that looks like? Like how long these contracts go for? Do we reevaluate who we use like every whatever years? Like just elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure. So we actually use the state VIP. It's called the state VIP bid. And I'm sorry, I can't remember what the acronym stands for off the top of my head.
That's okay.
But basically, yeah, the state goes out to bid because they do a significant amount of paving. I'm sure you've seen the highways and all the routes and everything that get done during the summer and spring months. They do a significant amount of money. So we as a municipality are allowed to piggyback off of that bid, because if we were to just if we were to go out to bid for ourselves, we wouldn't get that advantageous of a price just because of the quantity of or tonnage of material that we use. So we get the biggest bang for our buck by going off the VIP bid through the state. So they actually do all the legwork for us, to be honest with you. And we have the opportunity to piggyback off of that. So it makes it a lot easier for us so we don't have to continue to go out to bid every year, every 2 years, because the price of asphalt is constantly changing. The price of asphalt kind of is correlated with the price of diesel, because there is a liquid portion of asphalt. So that price fluctuates constantly. So it's easier for us to just use that bid. Like I said, they do all the legwork, so we can just piggyback off that and get the best price out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Rob, I just want to say, echoing what's already been said, thank you so much for the work that you and your crews do throughout the night And I will try to be short because you do need sleep, but we should have, just had you come in 2 weeks. But really
That's
thankful.
perfectly.
We really are very, so thank you so much.
I did just to echo that sentiment. Our guys, our staff, they really take pride in the programs that we have here, whether it's snow plowing or leaf collection. They are proud of and paving. They are proud of what we as the town can do. They take special pride in their plow sections. They say it's my plow section, I own it. So they really take ownership of what they do, whether it's plowing or leaf collection. I cannot say that enough about the staff that we have here.
And it's because of their pride that we get to take our easy commutes for granted, and have that work be invisible. So thank you. But I just had one question for you. Well, first I got to say,
Sure.
Councilor Page, Johnny does a remarkable job at the transfer station. He runs a tight ship over there. You try to get
Yes, he
anything,
does.
Johnny, you're screwed. So he does a great job, and he's been there a very long time since I was a kid. So really appreciate the work he does. One question I had, I'm just interested. I know some communities have explored this app called See Click Fix. And they'll go around, the town will employ this app. It can be on residents' phones, and they'll be able to take a picture of a pothole or, something in the road, a big crack, whatever it might be in front of their house or something. And they'll be able to send this picture directly to, the relevant authority in their community, and it kind of keep this running track and direct communication with the town on existing, blemishes in the road. I know you said that, you have limited resources when it comes to paving, and, you contract out, and staffing is certainly a concern, but I was just curious if that's something you'd explored or heard of or had any interest in at all as a department.
I am not familiar with it, to be honest with you. I can talk to Scott, our IT director, and see if he has any knowledge of it. But we do have our Civic Plus, where residents can go online and submit a request, and they can include pictures if there are any issues. We do get pictures of potholes and things like that. So, I mean, it might be a little, I don't want to say outdated, because it's not an app where you can just click it and send it immediately, where it takes you 2 seconds or 3 seconds, where, going on a Civic Plus, it takes you, a couple minutes to upload your picture and things like that. So we do have that. We do have something similar to that in place, but I can certainly talk to Scott and see if it's something viable that we could do here in town.
Awesome. Great. Thanks so much, Rob. Again, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Counselor Menke.
Rob, I just would thank you for your efforts on our behalf. Nobody knows what you do until the leaves aren't picked up or the road's not plowed, or you plow in. I just finished snow blowing and you come back and plow in. So I'm sure you get a
Sorry
lot
about
of
that.
No, don't worry about it. But I think it's good that we have both those services, and I think our roads are maintained better than our neighboring towns. And I think leaf pickup is a great resource to our town. I have one age-old question that people ask me. And when you mill a road, what do you do with it? Do you recycle that? Does it become more road, or what do you do with it?
Well, ultimately it does. We, as part of the process that we do in town, it does not get turned into a new road. But we do keep some of it, and we do use it for repairing, some of our parking lots in town that are not paved, that might be milled or might have stones. So we do use that, but they do end up going to Tilcon or another company to be included into the asphalt, because there is a percentage. It's called RAP, recycled asphalt product, that does go into the new asphalt that goes on our road. So yes, it is recycled ultimately, but we don't use that process. They do have a whole setup where you can. It's a very long train. It's more for large interstates where they can actually. It's called cold in place recycling. So they mill it and they put it down immediately. So, but unfortunately, it's not something a process we can do in town.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, though. Appreciate your efforts.
You bet.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you. It's been pointed out before and every year that the town is really proud, and the citizens are really proud of your department, the work that you do in keeping our local roads clean and up to date. especially every year, and we're getting into the budget season, public responds. One of the major things they respond to is leaf collection. Whatever you do, keep leaf collection and keep it in the method that you're doing the way you're doing it. We know there's a process that you follow in terms of when you collect and which way you go in town. People generally, I believe, understand that. In terms of roads, is there any process in terms of what roads get done first or get done second when it comes to snow collection? I have another question involving snow removal. Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the roads, that I work with, well, our department works with the engineering department. And we're the eyes and ears basically of the town. So we're on every road, on a normal basis, almost every road on a normal basis. So we work with engineering, and what they do is they have a list of all the roads, and every road has a number, basically from 0 to 100. And that's a road surface rating. So what we first do is we look at that road surface rating, and we come up with a plan. Say, okay, everything within that 50 to 60 range needs a mill and a pave. So we'll go and we'll put a visual. We'll actually walk to those roads and actually walk each and every road to see if it truly is in need of repair. And then we come up with a plan, because we like to do what we call the neighborhood approach. We like to do roads in a certain neighborhood so that we don't like jumping around town, because we get a better cost, a better price when we're able to do that, the neighborhood approach. So what we do, like I said, we start with that road surface rating. We look at those, see which roads are in need of repair. Then we'll go do a walkthrough and see which roads, and then we come up. Chris and I will come up with a plan as to see which roads we can fit in the budget as well. So that's kind of a quick explanation of how we go about doing it.
Is there a method involving snow plowing in terms of what part of a section you do, and without getting into the nitty-gritty details?
Well, so the town is divided into 14 sections, and each section does have a certain flow to it. Yes, they will start at one point and try and finish at a second point, at the end point rather. So I understand that you might get some phone calls. I haven't seen a plow truck on my street in 3 or 4 hours, and that makes complete sense, to be that honest with you, because typically a plow route takes 4 to 5 hours to get through from beginning to end when you're going curb to curb on both sides of the road. So to get a phone call or an email saying I haven't seen a plow truck in 4 to 5 hours, that's probably the truth. Because with the average of 7 miles, it does take about that long when you're going 10, 12 miles an hour and clearing snow to get from point A to point B. So yes, there is everybody gets a map. All the new guys will get a map, or new employees will get a map showing them the best way to do the route, and most efficient way to do it. So yes, there is a certain way that we do each section.
And I realize and I know you do an excellent job time and time again, and with plowing and keeping the roads up to snuff, so to speak. There's always one person on Facebook or somehow who has a question that it's like you're getting your road plowed and it's doing better than many, if not all, the other towns in the neighborhood, let alone the state. Is there a method in terms of how you plow it? Do you go up one side, down the other, and then the middle, or?
So it depends. If you're talking there, every section also has what we call mains. So they're the longest roads so that we can get emergency vehicles in and out of sections. So they're going to focus on their mains first. So for us, let's say the area in and around Garfield Street is a main, Audubon is a main, Walsh is a main. So that will be done up and back, and it'll be plowed up and back, so it'll be cleared, so both lanes will be open. And then the secondary roads, they will go down the middles of their roads in the beginning to open up. So you'll see that, like Garfield Street, you'll see because of the police department, you'll see that road is attended to more, and Walsh and Audubon will be attended to more, so we can get emergency vehicles through. And the secondary roads are done basically one pass until you get 4 or 5 inches on the road. Then they'll go curb to curb, and then if it continues to snow, they'll go through that process all over again. So that is basically, our function is to at least get emergency vehicles through. And the secondary roads, the PD or the fire department will call us if they need to get into those roads, and we'll send a plow truck ahead of them to open them up.
Good, that clears it up for the few that were commenting about how is this done and not done, so on.
Okay.
Quick question. In terms of, you said that the town takes care through a contractor with the residences in town. If I'm correct, you also said it also, the town takes care of contracting with condominiums? Or did I mishear that? Or I thought that had to go through a, forgotten the word they have to do. They have a local.
Yes.
And they do. So explain that.
Yeah, so any association, condominium complex that
That's the word.
petitioned the town when they were developed, if they petitioned the town and that petition was accepted, then they would be provided collection by the town. So typically, but there are some standards. Their roads have to meet certain standards to get the big vehicles on them. They have to the dumpsters or the containers have to be easily accessible for the contractor. So there are some criteria that they have to go through. And the majority of the condominiums in town, I believe, have petitioned the town when they were developed to obtain service. Now, a lot of them, the developers choose not to because they don't build their roads to town spec. So they'll make their roads a little narrower, or they'll build them in a certain fashion. So they choose not to, and then in turn, the association, the onus will be on the associations to provide the services for themselves.
So it's their choice. I'm glad
it's their, yes, the condominiums, it's their choice. Yes. And we do not provide any services to any commercial buildings or any apartment buildings.
Okay. Thank you very much once again. Good to see you tonight after a long day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, Rob, I'll keep this short and sweet. Thank you and all your staff for everything you do, all the services that you provide. I work in Hartford, and I can tell you that Newington is head and shoulders above our capital city in all of the services and the conditions of the roads. So thanks to everything that's going on, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
And go home and go to sleep.
Thanks.
Councilor Draco, you had your hand up, or?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm on the phone now. I keep coming in and out. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Rob, I just want to join in the accolades. I mean, the three primary operations that you indicated, snow, leaf collection, and the paving program. I mean, not just the big city of Hartford, but Wethersfield, Rocky Hill, New Britain, Berlin. We really rank high up there. And I work with people who come in from these other towns, and they're always very complimentary. So I thank you. I do have one question regarding the waterway maintenance. I think you remember several years ago, there was this huge discussion about retention and detention ponds and who's responsible, the town versus the private owners. Has that ever been resolved? And how many are there in town? Are they being maintained on a proper basis? Can you just clarify?
To answer the last portion, the last question, no, they're not necessarily being maintained on a regular basis. And I believe the town engineer, Chris, is working on some of those things too, to determine where the ownership lies. And that's the issue with a lot of them. They were built and they're on private property, but they're connected to town infrastructure. So there is, for lack of a better term, a gray area there that there has been no ownership assigned to anyone. So there are some that we do know that are owned by the town, and those that are private. And those that are owned by the town, we try to keep up with the best that we can. Those that are private, I don't believe there are any regs that forces them to maintain them to a certain quality. So I can't speak to that. That might be more for the town engineer or the wetlands, inland wetlands. I'm not sure. So to answer your question total, I do not know. I believe there's a list that has been made, but I don't know if anyone has ever determined where the ownership lies on the majority of them. The maintenance responsibility, I should say.
In terms of, though, I mean, spillover or whatever, it can impact some of the town's waterways and properties. So you indicated that maybe the town engineer is actively working on this, do you know?
Yeah, I believe he is. And if there is something, we try to be good stewards for the town and good neighbors as well. So if there is something that there is that gray area, but it's affecting the town's infrastructure, or it might be affecting a park or a roadway or something, we will go in and do the best that we can to alleviate whatever issue is being caused, because it's only in the best interest of the town. But therein, it kind of leaves us at a disadvantage, because now the expectation is that we're gonna be the ones that are gonna take ownership of it and do the maintenance all the time. Where it shouldn't necessarily be that case, but where there is that gray area, if it does affect the town, we will go in and do some maintenance or repairs.
If now that there's more and more there's significant construction going on, in the event that retention detention pond has to be developed, is that something that could be, the maintenance responsibilities could be worked into the agreement with the developer?
Yeah, that would be more for the town planner or the engineer, and I think I don't know if they're doing that, but I think that is a fantastic idea. They may
Can you bring it
be
forward
working
to
on
them?
it. I can't answer. What's that?
Can you bring it forward to them?
I certainly can. I'll touch base with Chris.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilor Jacob. Councilor Floyd, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one final thing, Rob, just following up on your exchange with Councilor Nagel. You mentioned the road surface rating. How often is that rating updated, or is it just on a continuous basis, or are there any standards around that?
It's not updated enough, I'll be honest with you. We use beta software, which I think last road surface rating we did was about 20 years ago, maybe
Okay.
25 years ago. And unfortunately, it hasn't been done in a while. And I have talked to our town engineer, and we're trying to determine the best time to do it. But it does need to be done again. So yeah, it should be done on a more frequent basis. It shouldn't be done every 20 or 25 years.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Seeing nobody else, I'm just going to echo what's been said. I mean, this we didn't time it purposely so that we'd have a big snowstorm that you're presenting. It just worked out that way. But we really appreciate your efforts, and we get to see what's done. And I know today was probably particularly challenging just because it was also garbage day, so you had to deal with the garbage cans too being out, which can't make things easier. So again, we appreciate everything that you guys do, and go home, please go to sleep.
Absolutely, I appreciate that, and I will echo all your sentiments to the staff tomorrow. I certainly appreciate all the kind words. And as you know, if there's any questions or concerns in the future, you can reach out to me or reach out to the town manager, and we can answer any questions that any of you may have.
So thank you so much, Rob.
You're welcome. Have a good night, everyone.
You too. Take care. Get some sleep.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. All right, moving right along to public participation. Jamie, do you want to give a quick explanation on the purpose for this next resolution and sort of where we're at, why this is a special meeting?
Sure. The
Thank you.
Secretary of the State requires each year that you post that each board or commission or town council or governing body post a list of its regular meetings for the entire year. And that posting has to be made at the town clerk's office of each town 30 days prior to your first regular meeting of the year. When the council approves a year's worth of meetings, they also approve the following January. So when you approved the last batch, you actually went to January 2025. And in 2023, the council approved meetings up through January 2024. So that's how you're able to have regular meetings in January. This year, for whatever reason, I think there might have been miscommunication. I'm not exactly sure, but the regular meeting that you passed the regular meeting schedule that you passed a little while back didn't get posted in the town clerk's office until January 26th, which means that technically today's meeting is within 30 days of that. So you can't have a regular meeting. You'd have to have it as a special meeting. What that means for the council is, you can do at the regular time, you could put all your regular items on the agenda for consideration. You can't add anything to tonight's agenda, which you didn't do. But also typically, according to your own rules of procedure, the town council meetings that are special meetings, the public participation is on agenda only. But they are your rules of procedure, so you can vote to waive them for the night just to allow public participation in general, so that all the folks watching online who wish to participate can talk about whatever they'd like tonight. They don't have to just discuss what's on the agenda. And since you already had approved the January meetings and the next meeting is 30 days past the posting date, this will be the only meeting that's affected by that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we want to make sure that the public can participate normally, even though it's a little different. So we'll just take care of that real quick. Counselor Gonzalez, would you mind reading the resolution?
Sure. The Newington Town Council, in accordance with Section 12 of the Town Council Rules of Procedure, adopted May 10th, 2016, hereby moves to allow general participation, including agenda and non-agenda items.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
No, good.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, Susan?
Yes, Counselor Boudreaux, Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister,
Yes.
Counselor Boudreaux.
There you go. Now you're off mute.
Gail, we didn't hear your vote if you want to.
Yeah, something's going on with her phone. Looks like she's saying yes. Put a thumbs up.
Okay, okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you. So we're moving on to public participation. If you want to raise your hand in the Zoom, I see we have a few there.
I think, excuse me,
Whoops.
I think there's a second part to that resolution.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Yes, there is. Yeah, there is. There's a second part. Sorry about that. Kathy, can you read the second part?
Absolutely. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby moves to accept general public participation, including agenda and non-agenda items.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Counselor Boudreaux, Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yep.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Counselor Boudreaux,
Thumbs up. Saying yes. But we
okay,
can't-
thank you.
We can't hear her though. All right, and we're moving on to public participation. We have a few people in the room. Mr. Bueno, if you'd like to go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This is Beth Del Buno, 327 Walsh Avenue. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wanted to pose a few questions based on some recent actions and upcoming actions. I know at the first meeting of this Town Council on November 14th, Mayor Trister had indicated that he appointed Attorney Dave Griffith as the interim or acting town attorney at that time. And a quick Google search, if it is the same Dave Griffith that I found, indicated that Mr. Griffith is a partner in the law firm of Griffith and Kelly. So his partner in that law firm is John Kelly, who is the Democratic town chair. I know when that appointment was made, it was indicated that would be an interim and that you would be appointing a law firm, hopefully by the next meeting is what you had indicated. So I'm wondering if any consideration had been given to that or if any changes have been made in who the town attorney is at this point. And then on the agenda this evening, I also noticed that there is the acceptance of the resignation of the former town manager, Tom Hutka. And I would like to ask that you disclose if there was any money paid out in relation to that resignation, whether it be due to his contract or due to a settlement or a negotiated stipulated agreement or any funds that may have been paid out to Mr. Hutka. And if there were any funds paid out, I would like to know how that was decided, who weighed in on that decision, who signed an agreement, if there was an agreement, and how much was paid out in terms of, I mean, I think the taxpayers deserve to know that. So I would just like that update because my understanding is from my experience that you as a council are the boss and the overseer of the town manager's position. And so I would have thought that any decisions would have been brought forward to the council for approval. So I'm just curious if there was anything done, how that was executed and how that was approved. And then just me being a stickler for the rules, so to speak. Earlier in the meeting, you approved the agenda with the proclamation as part of the agenda, but there was no motion to either change the agenda to omit that proclamation or no motion to table to the next meeting, which procedurally should have been done, although I agree with you tremendously that Katie deserves to be able to receive her proclamation in public session. And also just in terms of waiving the rules, typically, and I believe it's in the rules of procedure of the town council to offer public participation on the waiving of the rules, just to make sure that there's no input that you would all need to be for that vote. And thanks to Rob Hillman and the highway department because they do an amazing job, always have. And Rob really does an amazing job of running that department. And John at the transfer station, I can't say enough positives about him and his role. He is the face of our town for everyone that goes to the transfer station and does an amazing job. Thank you all, and I look forward to any information that you can provide me regarding my questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Ms. Francolino. Go right ahead.
I'm here tonight.
There you are.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. Eileen Francolino, 116 Lightoll Road. I'm here tonight with regard to item A8, the ARPA funds. A while back, the council decided that those funds wouldn't be used for Mill Pond Pool. And given that it's that wonderful time of year budget season, I thought it was time to think outside the box. This year, we have an unusual situation. We have opened 2 dispensaries with a third on the way. As a result, right now, the town is receiving roughly $40,000 a month in tax revenue from the sale of marijuana. It's a lot of money. The state has set up guidelines as to how municipalities may spend these funds. I'm here tonight to ask the council to consider spending a portion of this money to create a fund to build a new pool. One of the guidelines the state has created reads that money can be used to focus on community and civic engagement. Having a recreational facility available to the entire community would certainly fall within these guidelines. Furthermore, the state guidelines also stipulate that funds may be used to address mental health needs. A facility where the community members of all ages may gather, exercise, and generally come together would benefit the health and well-being of members of all ages. A new pool would also serve as a place of employment for community youth, which is yet another guideline the state has created. So as you can see, building a pool with tax revenue created by the sale of marijuana in our community fits within the rules established by the state. I ask the council to remain creative in their thinking with regard to how the money could be spent. $40,000 a year is a ton of money from the 2 dispensaries. Given that a third is in the works, this sum only stands to increase. By allotting a portion of this money to the building of a new pool, the council would be meeting the needs of the community as well as following the regulations established by the state. Thank you for your time and your consideration and continue your good work. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Francolino. All right, moving right along. Go right ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Our former mayor took away some of my questions for me. I thank her for that. One question I did ask was, and I think this is my 3rd time asking, is the status of 690 Cedar Street, the old National Welding property, whether or not Anthony Properties is still the potential buyer of that property. I'd also like to hear if there's any updates on Cedar Crest Hospital in that area. I was at a meeting I was watching, someone asked about Cedar Crest and what was going on with it, and I think it was Representative Turco said he was working on it but did not elaborate. I know he's not in this meeting, but I'm hoping that someone in the town has been in touch with him. I'm disappointed that no one asked about bulk waste with Rob Hillman while you had him there. I might have missed it. I might have been out of the room. I'm not sure, but my vote is for try to get back the bulk waste for the residents. But if it's a matter of bulk waste versus the leaves, let's keep the leaves. As far as the presentation of these meetings, and I know it's difficult when it goes on Zoom and things like that, but not everyone, like myself, has a smartphone. I do have a small laptop. I'm able to get in on the laptop and listen to to watch, and I listen on the phone. But I'm just wondering what's going on with NCTV, and if there's anything that we can do, that you can do, to help get them back up and running. I know they're short of staff and things like that, and I don't believe it's anything that's funded by the town, but it's very difficult at times to get onto these meetings. And I just want to thank whoever it was that decided to put the Zoom numbers and so forth on the agenda, because it was very helpful. As far as spending money from the state tax monies that we get on marijuana, I think it's a drop in the bucket of what we need for that pool, and there's other things that could be spent on. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. All right, anybody else looking to participate in public participation? Seeing none. Was there any email correspondence, Jamie, that you're aware of?
I saw none.
No, me neither. Okay, very good. Moving on then to remarks by counselors on public participation. Counselor Page, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In response to Ms. Del Buono's comments, I would have to check and see what the rules are in terms of speaking on any personnel issues. I think in the spirit of transparency, as long as we're within the guidelines of that, I think that information should be public. As far as, let's see, the law firm, I'll let the mayor speak to that. I know that's been worked on. And also, I would just thank you sincerely for your feedback on rules and procedures. You're correct. And we all need to I'll take responsibility for not paying attention to that. So thank you for your feedback on that. And that is because you've had some experience with this. And so that feedback is helpful. We'll pay attention and do better moving forward. As far as Ms. Francolino and the marijuana money, my limited understanding of this from Ms. Murphy, and I may have misinterpreted, is that mostly that money coming in from the dispensaries, which is, I think, $40,000 a month, needs to be dedicated to human services. And I may be wrong on that, but we certainly can revisit it. And to Ms. Lyons, I've expressed concern about 690 Cedar. I'm sorry, it's languishing. I think the transit-oriented development has been underutilized and under-leveraged for the purposes and intentions of what it was originally intended to do, which was to create more housing, especially, in my opinion, affordable housing opportunities there for residents who are locked out of the housing market. And I would like to revisit that property and see if we can do something with other developers and make it move forward in the best interest of our community. Cedar Mountain, I think, needs to be protected. And I think all of us are invested in that as we talk further later today about our open space criteria, acquisition criteria, which I think will shed light on that as we move forward and should inform the discussion, everything from the Cedar Crest Hospital to Best Market to the Keeney Manufacturing to the Hartford Hospital property, and an integrated holistic approach to the development around the town center. As far as bulk waste goes, my vote in the budget will be to re-implement bulky waste at least once in the fall, once in the spring. And yeah, I think that's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Page. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Councilor Page covered much of what I was going to say. Just on bulk waste, I agree with Councilor Page, and thank you, Ms. Lyons, for bringing it up. It's become an environmental hazard at this point. I think we all recognize that, and so I think on several fronts, it makes a lot of sense for us to revisit, doing that in a sustainable way that actually makes sense both financially and in terms of the quality of life in town. So there's that. I think Ms. Francolino's comments are really interesting. It's not something that I had thought about In light of Ms. Lyons' comments, obviously a pool is a large expense, and 40,000 a month, though it is quite a lot of money, as we've seen from presentations that Director Murphy has given us, but it's still, shy of perhaps that cost. But I think it's an interesting idea, and I'm very open myself to exploring it, and open to talking with Janet Murphy and others who would know the answers to those questions. And then just wanted to thank Ms. Del Buno for her comment around a rule and procedure. Like Councilor Page said, I had an inkling that was the case myself, but we're all new here, wasn't sure. So it's good to know that those instincts were right. And I guess we'll have to revisit that now or at some point over the course of this meeting to correct that procedural issue. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Plourd. I will address the comment about the attorney. It's still a work in progress. I've been meeting with different firms and narrowing it down, and should have that resolved soon. All right. Anybody else have any comments? No. All right. Moving right along then to consideration of old business. Item A, American Rescue Plan Act. Was there any additional questions by the councilors on the ARPA funding? Councilor Plourd.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had, I promise this is the last one. I know it's been a couple of weeks, but one question I had was on this first ask from the police department from our folks at NPD asking about biohazard cleaning. I went back to look in our minutes as to the extent to which we had talked about that ask before. And I couldn't find anything. And I imagine it's something of necessity and of consequence to the degree that they would likely, whether it's approved here or not, ask for funding to some extent in their budgetary ask as well for that. So I don't think it's at risk of falling by the wayside if it's something they need. But I just saw, Jamie, that you had your recommendation was not to move forward with that request. So I was just curious, around the thinking around that, and if they plan to ask for that in their budgetary ask, if you could just elaborate on that, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. This biohazard cleaning is a reoccurring expense. So therefore, rather than funding it with one-time ARPA funding, it would be more appropriate to go in their regular operating budget ask for the upcoming year.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Any other questions from councilors about the ARPA funding? Seeing, Councilor Mankey. You're muted.
Again, I would approve we approve this. I think we've talked about it a couple times now, and I think there's still some money left to cover any things that might come up if there are things we can cover. But I think this is a pretty exhaustive list, and I think we're ready to go on it.
Agreed. Councilor Draco. Can't hear you, Gail.
Gail, you're muted.
Yeah. Oops. We can't hear you, Gail.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to point out or just clarify that 3 of the items in the highway department, the vehicle box truck.
Can you hear me?
correct? Are going to be,
Can you hear
shared really by other departments, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
me? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep, now
We can hear you.
Whatever.
Okay,
I'm gonna-
I don't know whether you heard it, but the three items in the highway department, the vehicle box truck, the pickup truck, and the mobile lift are going to be actually shared with other departments, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. It's time to move on with this. That said, Counselor Tiniakis, would you mind reading a resolution?
Sure. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby endorses the use of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funds in the amount of $1,758,832 for the items listed on the attached document.
Second.
All right, motion by Counselor Tiniakis, second by Counselor Nail. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Budraco,
Yes,
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Thank you.
So carried unanimously. Very good. Moving right along, next on the agenda is the John Wallace Middle School project. Anybody have any questions or discussion items related to that? Counselor Page.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure where we're at with all of this in terms of the building committee. I know in the last year or two, there's been discussion and proposals to have a permanent building committee. I know when that was initially proposed, and tonight I would oppose that, and I would propose that we go with what we've done traditionally, which in my opinion, as I've expressed before when we were actually in person together at council meetings, that I think the old model, while at times messy because it includes more stakeholders at the table, more voices to be heard, I think because of that, as a proponent of hearing from more people invested in the outcome rather than less, I would propose that we table the permanent building committee and move forward with a more inclusive, participatory process.
Thank you, Counselor Page. Counselor Mankey.
Oh, we certainly can look at the process, but it is the law of the land. It's the ordinance that was passed. We can't table it at this point. It's already been passed and approved and gone through the process. We could, I believe, when we first went with this proposal, we had a committee of the council looked at some proposals from other towns, and we did some exhaustive work on setting it up, and then we had a public hearing. The public weighed in on it. The council voted on it, and it is what we have. And this project has been sent to that committee at this point. Doesn't mean we can't change it. We can change anything. But right now, that is the process. We can't just table it and say it didn't exist, start over again. That's the permanent building committee is in place.
Yeah, I see both sides of this too. I reckon obviously the ordinance did pass, but I do think it should be looked at. Was not in favor of it when it went through either, and I don't think I think it should be looked at, but I don't think we should hold up the John Wallace project while we look at that. So I would be in favor of looking at a way to go back to the old way, at least so we can get the John Wallace project underway. Definitely. Counselor Plord.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely agree. I think the way the building commission is set up right now, I've said it at the last meeting, and obviously Councilor Page and Deputy Mayor Rada have been very forthright on this themselves. I don't think that the way it is constituted right now is equitable and actually allows projects the process necessary to make sure they're actually fully successful and representative of the needs of our community. So I'm in favor of exploring certainly amending the ordinance that was passed at some point. And like you said, Mayor Trister, in pursuit of not delaying this project that was approved several months back, I think we have a responsibility to look at both of those tracks simultaneously and find procedurally some way that we could begin work on Wallace while also discussing as a council how to move forward on the permanent building commission, because it is not, set in stone. It is an open question still.
Thank you, Councilor Floyd. Councilor Menke.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it, but the permanent building commission or committee is the law of the land, or the law of Newington. We can't circumvent it and start something separate. We can change it, we can amend it, but it is where the project has been sent. We can work on changing it or repealing it or doing away with it. But you have to go through that process. You can't just say we're gonna keep it over here and then keep it over here at the same time. You can't do that. I think we should probably send this to form a committee at some point and look at if you want to change how it's set up. I mean, there are some. I think the goal of the permanent building committee was to get people who had building experience, as opposed to people who had a general interest in a project. So if I wanted to build a beehive and I was interested in building a beehive, I would get on the committee and I'd build the biggest beehive I could, but I may not be an expert in building a beehive. The goal was to have people on there who were experts in building. And I think there's some validity to that. There also some validity to having other people on there that have more interest in direct up to the project. But the idea that we can just arbitrarily scrap one method and go to another one you can't. We can change it, but we have to go through that process.
Councilor Nagel.
I would concur with Mr. Mankey that indeed you can't just scrap it because it's going to referendum. It's not just something that was just thrown out there or agreed to by the council. And what it's been holding up the part of the process at the present time was the appointment of one or two additional people to that committee, and you haven't even tested it or tried it, and it hasn't even met. So how does one know it's not going to work? And it isn't, from my understanding from all that, that it doesn't preclude the public, let alone you, the mayor, is being a part of it, an important part of it. And I know other organizations in town, departments have wanted to move forth with doing their bid, so to speak, to have renovations or improvements to their buildings, and have been waiting for this committee to be formulated and be able to go ahead, and now appears to just coming down to it. And they've been waiting and waiting for it properly to be put together, and now to just throw it out, which I don't think you can do without what Mr. Mankey has said, renovated, or to legally find out, do we have to go to a referendum of some sort to change to something else? That this isn't a method that I believe is good for the town, and one that has been carefully thought out over several different years without forethought. An Owens investigation, an independent one to determine what should be put on an agenda to be reconstructed or to be renovated, and to throw it all out, puts it back into some of the negative things about the prior method of doing things. And it's been pointed out, you can't just say, no, we don't want it, let's just throw it out, when indeed there are legal processes and methods in which things can be changed, and if it need be, to be eliminated, if that's indeed what the majority of the council wills. But just to do it the way you're saying at the moment, I don't believe works, and I wouldn't support it.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, thank you. I was not in favor of the wording of the text in this ordinance when it was presented to the council for vote. I am still not for a variety of reasons. One which allows for example, if it is a public school building or, for example, renovation or construction to the library, that those interested parties, whether they be a board of trustees for the library, whether they be on the Board of Ed or staff of Newington Public Schools, participate in the Permanent Building Commission. However, it's voice with no vote. And I disagree with that. What I do hear Councilor Mankey saying and is that we do need further discussion on this. I'm proposing that as we move forward, perhaps we bring together a council committee, review the ordinance for the Permanent Building Commission, and take a look at what changes we would like to propose and changes to be made.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, I don't want to beat this to death, but I agree that and there's nothing we can't make changes to, and changes are sometimes work well, and sometimes they don't. But I think this needs further study. But you just can't just say it didn't exist. It went through an ordinance. It is an ordinance. You can't. I don't think the majority party wants to start doing with all ordinances. You got to go through the process. So I agree with Councilor Rada. I think a committee. I mean, we started out with a committee, and we had a committee that met a number of times to work this process through. And maybe we need a committee then formed at our next meeting to do the same thing, to look at how we can maybe take what we have and change it for the better, or make some modifications to it. But I think it still is what it is, and it whether we like it or not, whether we voted for it or not, it still is what has been passed by the council.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a concept that I have to admit, I don't know the full feasibility of, nor do I fully, I think, understand the degree to which it's appropriate. And so, it warrants a lot of conversation, I'm sure. But we do have standing committees that were, I should say, I don't know the word, grandfathered out of this, opted out of this ordinance, that existed prior to the passing of the Permanent Building Commission ordinance. One of those committees, for example, being the Anna Reynolds Building Committee, that I know, obviously, as we all know, has done great work to renovate a school in disrepair. And this is a far narrower project that you could imagine might invoke a lot of the same stakeholders. And so to what extent, perhaps this is a question for our town clerk and for you, Jamie, as well. To what extent might we have the ability to alter the charge of that existing committee, given that there is some overlap in the work, and charge them to begin the process on Wallace with the, of course, tacit, it seems we're all in agreement, agreement that we do need to revisit the Public Building Commission, and whether it's an ordinance change or setting up a committee or whatever it might be, that needs to happen simultaneously. That's just an open question.
Thank you, Councilor. Jamie, anything on that in terms of that, or is that something we can look into?
Well, I don't want to misspeak on something that's not my legal expertise. But an amendment, the council can amend an ordinance by going through the process to do so. But I can certainly get some more clarity on that for you.
Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, just to clarify again, the Anna Reynolds Building Committee is set with a charge by the council, and the charge is to go through that process. We can't now amend that charge to say, okay, now we want you to build another school or another highway garage or a fire department house. It just can't be done that way. Anna Reynolds was taken out of the ordinance only because it had already passed the referendum and the committee was already formed. That's why that one particular committee is is exempt from the ordinance. Again, we can certainly look at this, but it's going to be, we suggest a committee form to look at the options and the proposals, and go from there. We can't just change it. We can't, and certainly we can't solve it tonight.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Menke. With all respect, I'm not sure that it is a solid, that we do have a solid answer as to whether or not we can adjust the charge. Charges are altered all the time and amended by the council all the time. And so if that is a possibility, I'd be interested. It seems to me and again, I don't know how feasible it is legally, given the opinion of a town attorney, whoever that might be, and of the town clerk and so on. I don't know the feasibility of it, but if there is a possibility, that seems to me an opportunity to allow this project or some part of this project to move forward while we adjudicate the question on the Public Building Commission, because we don't want this project to languish for another month or a month and a half or so on. The people of the community spoke, and they have a vested interest in us moving as quickly as possible to get this done. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Menke.
Again, it's not my intent to delay this process. This process can go forward to what we have on the Permanent Building Committee. It's my understanding that a building committee is formed with a specific charge. You can't go in and change the charge. I mean, I guess this council can do whatever they want, but I won't support just arbitrarily changing a charge, because if you could do that, why would we have any, it just doesn't make any sense. Again, I'm not opposed to changing it. I'm not trying to delay anything. But we just can't just because we don't like something, change it arbitrarily. You have to go through the process, and I'm an advocate for going through the process.
Fair. I think we probably should take another couple of weeks on this to figure out exactly how we want to take action on it. To Councilor Nagel's point that the committee has never really met, I think part of that to me is the problem of it. I think it might be well-intentioned, but it seems to have issues with getting membership and having meetings and doing those types of things. So I think we ought to take a look at it. I mean, I did some preliminary research on it just to sort of see what was at, and the ordinance is very cumbersome, and it's pretty clear about what you can do in the ordinance. However, the charter might contradict that. There's nothing in the charter about a permanent building committee. So there might possibly some ways that we could look at and see what we could possibly do. So I'd be in favor of leaving it on the agenda for another meeting and then seeing what we do at the next meeting in terms of that. Councilor Menke?
Just a quick, there are currently three people on the building committee that was set up so that three people would be recommended by the town manager, one person appointed by the Republicans, and one person appointed by the Democrats. We've appointed our person. There's two people on there that I think town manager Chapman approved, I believe. So there's three people this committee can meet. It has has a quorum to actual meet. And I'm sure that the Democrats going to appoint someone there quickly to get it up and functioning with four people. The goal was that even when we had the discussion, there was some talk about having 20 people on a building committee. Well, if we can't get 5 people, expanding it might not be the best thing, because building committees, they do take a lot of time to start with anyway. As time goes on, they take less and less time, but to start with, they take a lot of time. So I would agree that we should look at this and study it, but I don't think we should just try to find a loophole to change it without going through the proper procedure.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Hey, to me, it sounds like there's a lot up in the air and doesn't really feel like most of us are confident on this. To which case that I would feel more confident looking at this more, and then even getting more of a legal opinion on what the right way to move forward would be. So that's where I'm at with this. I think that maybe pushing it to the next meeting might be the smartest thing to do in the long run than to push it through. So I just want to give my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions or discussion on this topic? Is everyone okay with leaving it on the agenda for another till the next meeting at least? Counselor Menke?
Yeah, I don't think it should be on the agenda as John Wallace. It should be on the agenda as a building committee review. Because while John Wallace is the first project that comes to it, there are other projects that would also be, I know the library is looking at a project, the fire department is looking at a project. So I think it should be, I think it's a misnomer to call it a John Wallace issue. It's really a building committee issue.
That's fair. Fair enough. Counselor Page?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree because I think if we're talking about taking away the voice of the library or other committees, I think, and just call it a building committee, again, I think we're potentially disenfranchising people. And while maybe a name doesn't matter, I think the symbolism of having each respective committee represent truly the interest of the best interest of the project moving forward is important. So we don't have to fight about that tonight, but that's just my opinion.
Counselor Menke?
The issue is the building committee that's been set up. So it's not a John Wallace building committee at this point. It's the permanent building committee that's been set up. If you want to change it, that's fine, but you got to go through the process. And it's not just John Wallace. It's every building. You're talking about every building committee from this point forward. How we handle those, the library, the fire department, another school, or the highway garage are all things that are coming up that need to get done in a building committee. And those things need but it's not specific to John. This issue is not specific to John Wallace. Once you change how building committee is done, it's that way for all building committees. And again, I don't want to argue about this tonight, but
very good.
It's important.
Certainly. Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes, not to belabor this either because we have a lot more on our agenda to get to. But just a point of information, and Councilor Nagel and I were at the Library Board of Trustees meeting last night, and prior to, I think, even the town hall renovations, there was a library building committee that was established. So that opens up yet another question in terms of a prior building committee that was established and is still on the record, that we would have to look at in terms of having been grandfathered in the way some of these others have been. So that's all I want to say about that, just a point of information.
Thank you. Councilor Menke?
The difference is when we set up the commission, we set it up so that all those projects that had gone through the referendum process and had passed the referendum process were exempt. All others were negated. If you look at the referendum, the ordinance, you'll find that the library has representation on that committee specifically because they own the property. The trustees own some of the property. So they were given a voting membership, if you will, on that committee because they own the property. All other town property is owned by the taxpayers.
Councilor Nagel?
I was just going to mention what Councilor Menke has mentioned already, that having been on that previous or the building committee that was formed quite a while ago, that it stopped meeting because of the nature of changing things and whatever, and the library separate whole discussion about getting their process together as to what exactly they wanted to do with the library. That they were concerned about what was going to happen, as Councilor Menke has said. They were, because of the unique nature of the ownership and the agreement with the town and the library, that they were going to have more representation as opposed to other building entities because of the private public ownership of the property and running of the building itself.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Any other questions or comments on this topic? All right. Well, I think it makes sense. Obviously, we're still having a discussion, so we'll leave it on the agenda until the next meeting, and we'll see how we address it at that point. But we'll keep it moving for tonight. To move on to agenda item 8C, the CROG Raise Grant Opportunity. Any updates on that or any questions or discussion or anything like that from counselors?
We do have two staff members from CROG here, Elizabeth Sanderson and Rob Eloise, in case anybody has any questions.
Thank you folks for joining us tonight. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had was just a clarification as to where we were fulfilling this funding commitment. Is this money already appropriated in our CIP, or would this be money we need to visit in our budget discussion coming up over the next month?
It's already appropriated in the current year CIP matching grant fund line item.
Great. Thank you.
Counselor Menke.
Yeah, I think this is a not that I'm all in favor of all studies, but I think this is a good study to see how we utilize the turnpike that really cuts our town in half. It kind of goes right through town. I don't think the outcome would be that I would actually walk the Berlin Turnpike, because I don't think that's probably a safe thing to do, but I wouldn't probably walk 84 either. But I think studying ways we can make it more pedestrian friendly or more bike safe friendly are good things. And the price tag for the town is only $33,000. So I think that's already been budgeted in that fund we put aside for matching grants. I think it's a good use of the money.
Thank you, Counselor Menke. Counselor Page.
I agree. And thanks, Mayor. I didn't know if our guest could speak very briefly on the data about injury and or death on the turnpike and how this proposal might eventually lead to reducing those numbers.
Yeah, that was I'm Rob Eloise. I'm Director of Transportation at CROG, and thanks for having me. One of the reasons why we were intent on focusing on the turnpike and brought this up to town staff and up to DOT was we have a regional transportation safety plan, which looks at accident data across our region and identifies high crash locations. On the turnpike, there were 11 locations identified. So that stands out like a sore thumb in that we really need to address accidents, safety, fatalities, injuries. This is going to look at that in two ways. One, two of the highlights from our plan were pedestrian related. Others were vehicle related. So in addition to looking at a trail, ways to get a trail in and safe pedestrian crossings or safe pedestrians from business to business or from transit, a couple of the additional things we're going to do is look at access management, which means combining and consolidating curb cuts along the turnpike, and also the latest in speed reduction strategies. Forever, we've been focused on moving cars as quickly as possible. Even the lights on the turnpike are platooned in a way to move vehicles at a certain speed. And speed kills when it comes to collisions. And so trying to use different strategies and look into different strategies to slow folks down a bit is one of the objectives of the study, in addition to the bike, ped, and transit infrastructure. And one thing that's missing with ped, even though you might not choose to walk the Berlin Turnpike, a lot of people work and commute by a bus on the Berlin Turnpike. So giving them transit amenities, and then their final leg of their trip is as a pedestrian, giving them some options for getting to their places of employment, I think is important.
Yeah. Counselor Nagel.
Get myself unmuted.
There you go.
I thank you for being here tonight. I was unable to attend the last meeting, but having been a former liaison to the town, to CROG, for many different years, I'm quite aware and understanding of what you're trying to do, and indeed anything we can do to make the turnpike in some way or another more friendly, or one that can deal not only with traffic but also with pedestrians is a plus, even though it may not be 100% answer. You mentioned specifically 11 locations where there have been accidents. Are all those locations on the turnpike within the Newington town limits? Or are they the extent of the entire turnpike for where we want to put in agreement with other towns, which I'm in favor of, a walkway and other things to make it more bicycle friendly and friendly in general for walking and so on?
Well, the way the analysis was done is it looks at anomalies in how often accidents occur at a location compared to a similar functioning location of a similar type. And so those 11 were the anomalies. And in Newington, there were 3 high crash intersections located that had much higher than usual. Actually, one of them was number 2 of our whole region as far as an anomaly goes, and that is at Richard Street. And Pascone Place was another, and another at Prospect Street. And then there was one other segment from Selden Street to Pascone Place was a high frequency crash corridor. So those were the 4 identified locations and corridors that were in Newington. Obviously, there's crashes and fatalities and injuries all along the turnpike. We're not saying that it's limited to those locations, but those were the locations that stood out on a region-wide basis. When we look at all our accident problems in the region, those were the ones that stood out. And I believe the report had, I'd have to go look at it, but I think it had the top 50 maybe corridors and top 100 intersections in the whole region. That's 38 towns. So to have these 11 just on the turnpike and 4 in Newington is not it opened our eyes.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted a clarification. Newington, having lived in that area of town and as many have traveled on the turnpike, I truly can agree that those are dangerous areas and hope that this a view of it will help to clarify how to eliminate or to mitigate the problems that do exist. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Councilor Bedrejko.
Oh, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad to see that this study is going to also be, looked at the vehicles and I guess the regulations, speed control, whatever, because I've got to believe those 11 intersections. I mean, most of those accidents are involving vehicles who are either speeding, going through red lights, ignoring caution, whatever, which I think it's the vehicles first that then will impact, if we put more bicycles on the road or more pedestrians, whatever, and if you don't do anything about vehicle safety, it's really not going to make much of a difference. So I appreciate that. And also it looks like you're looking at curb cuts. There certainly are an awful lot of them on the turnpike, more than I think on any other road with that volume of traffic and speed capacity. My question is, as part of the study, will you also be able to do some projections or options in terms of what the ongoing responsibility of each town would be? Let's say, for example, you sidewalk, one of the options is sidewalking the entire turnpike. Well, then, who's going to be responsible for maintaining the sidewalks? Snow removal, safety, liability, and if there's overpasses, whatever, if there's a way that you can put in, along with the options, what the projected responsibility and cost would be to each participating town.
We definitely will look into that, and that will be ultimately a discussion with DOT and the town, as DOT is the owner of the facility. Currently, DOT does, well, historically, I want to say, because this is potentially changing, DOT has viewed bikes and pedestrians as a local travel mode, and the town's responsibility to maintain, even if, well, I don't want to say totally maintain. They will maintain major upgrades to sidewalks or multi-use trails that are on their right away, but the snow removal and other things fall on the town, and ultimately a lot of the towns pass that on to the abutting landowner. Each maintenance agreement is different that DOT has with towns. So that is always a little bit up for debate. There's certain things they will bend on and other things they won't. The new commissioner is much more bike and ped friendly. I don't want to say that. He's moving in that direction. And I think he might be amenable to some changes in how they handle maintenance, but that has not happened yet. This will go, we're proposing this study to go through the planning phase and through about halfway through design phase, what you call preliminary design. And really those details are usually worked out at that time of preliminary design, sort of getting some semi-commitments or semi-agreements. Now, nothing is going to be built as part of this. So there's the ultimate agreement doesn't happen until construction, between DOT and the town. There's a maintenance agreement signed, but it'd probably behoove everybody as part of this study to approach that subject and try to hammer out almost an understanding between the towns and the state as to what might be amenable to both parties.
And in addition, a lot of those properties are private, commercial real estate. So I think they have to be part of at least a conversation or the information gathering as well, because some of that might be, if there's a whole sidewalk network, whatever, if there's going to be any responsibilities, where they currently don't have any, might be transferred to them. So I think they need to be part of this study as well.
Sure. Yeah. The study will have a public engagement process and outreach with public meetings and probably some targeted outreach also to businesses along the corridor. So that is that's part of all of our corridor study processes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Hey there, thanks. I appreciate you coming out to the meeting to give us this info. Just 2 questions. I know this is probably gonna be a very long process. So if you could give us just like a really rough timeline about how you think this is all gonna happen, that'd be great. And then I just want to know, I know the deadline to submit for the grant is the 28th of this month. So I just want to know if it was already submitted and how that's going.
It is not submitted. We are ongoing with writing the grant application. We have most of our data in hand and collected, and we're putting the applications together, getting letters of support from congressional delegations and things of that nature. So it's in the process, and we're still putting it together, and we'll probably hit send on it, 3 days before it's due, kind of thing. But you also asked about the timeline. I believe they said, and Elizabeth is online, so she can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they said June for selections. So it's a competitive process, and we have to hope we're selected. And we've applied for RAISE grants before. This is under the RAISE program. And the most recent one we received was actually for construction of miles of multi-use trail in New Britain and Plainville. And we received over $16 million from the Fed, but that grant went in twice. It was the second time we got selected. So sometimes you don't get selected the first time. If we are selected in June, we would have to procure a consultant. And then the planning process would probably be 18 months, and the design process would probably be between 6 and 12 or 15 months kind of thing. So I think you're talking about 3 years after 2 to 4 years after we procure a consultant. There's always sometimes I hate putting a hard time frame on it because there's always issues that come up, and probably 18 months is an ideal time frame if you don't hit snags for a study, and then 6 months for design. But this is 3 towns. Invariably, there'll be issues somewhere along the route, and so I think that's optimistic.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions, and thank you, Rob and Elizabeth, for being here, not just this evening, but I know, Elizabeth, you were at our previous meeting as well. So thank you for presenting this to us. Two questions. One, I know in the description of the project scope, it mentions in passing that the extent of the project could be increased to some extent as the study continues to other logical termini in the north and the south. Is the expectation, I know it's somewhat unknowable, and that's okay if that's the answer, but is the expectation that the grant would cover potential expansion of the scope of the study? Or would you have to perhaps go out and take a look at additional grant funding if you ended up looking at additional roadways? That's my first question. And my second question was just generally following up on your exchange with Councilor Petracco. If you could just speak to what that in public engagement process will look like in this study. I know CROG does this very often, and like you said, has done other RAISE grants and worked with them before, but just so our residents are aware and the public's aware of what role they'll play in this process, I wonder if you could talk about that a bit more. Thank you.
Sure. We do plan to bake in logical termini into the grant application. So that is not just the north and south, but east and west. And we do want to limit that as far as how far we go. We're going to use, I think, 1,500 feet as kind of being mindful of CONDOT's new Complete Streets guidelines. We're going to look 1,500 feet down side streets to see what connections may or may not be possible. Doesn't mean we're going to make those connections, but we'll look down side streets 1,500 feet. And then on the ends of the study, I think it's even more important to look further than that to get to a logical termini. Now, we met with our with the town staff, and obviously there's 3 towns looking to commit funding to the project. So the bulk of the work is going to be there, including going through design. But on the northerly and southerly termini, we're going to look out further in more of a planning, high-level planning perspective to see where routes ultimately could also connect. So it'll be more of solely a planning study on the northern and southern termini. One thing on the southern termini that we would love to see if it makes sense to attach to the east-west bike multi-use trail that SCROG and RiverCog are planning to go. So Elizabeth, do you know the name? I'm forgetting the name of the trail.
Yeah, the Central Connecticut Loop is what it's referred to as. Yep.
Which is not a trail yet.
Airline trail, if
Right.
anyone's familiar.
Which is a conceptual trail right now. And then to the north, there's other ideas for connections to ultimately get you into more of a network of trails in the future.
Great. And I'm sorry, Mayor. And then just speaking to the public engagement process, if you would.
Oh, yeah. That will, some of that, I can tell you what our public participation process typically is. Usually it consists of a few either town meetings or area or whole study area meetings that are public. And then usually there's, well, on East Coast Greenway, we have a multi-town study going on now. We've had public meetings for the whole corridor, and then we've had breakout, what we call public workshops in each town. So a number of those, we always have a corridor advisory committee. So that would be made up of staff select or folks selected from each of the towns to serve on a corridor advisory committee, which would be folks that you trust in making determinations about what kind of outcomes of the study would come before you all in the end to approve, to put your final stamp on the study. So there'd be that corridor advisory committee, which would be the decision makers. There'd be public outreach in pop-up events and in these more formal workshops and meetings. And also there, typically we'll have surveys and things of that nature, maybe even, both maybe even some public transit surveys, things of that nature. I can't speak to exactly what it is. A lot of times our consultant scopes that out. Even after they're selected, they scope out what they think they can do, and we enter into negotiations with them. But that's a typical process, and I expect we'd adhere to that.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions or discussion on this topic? Seeing none, Counselor Floyd, would you mind reading the resolution, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby authorizes the acting town manager, Jamie Trevathan, or her designee to execute the attached letter of support and funding commitment in the amount of $33,333 for the Capital Region Council of Governments CRCOG application submitted for consideration under the fiscal year 2024 Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity RAISE discretionary grant program.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? No, can we have a roll call vote, please, Susan?
Yes, Counselor Bucciaco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you so much, Rob and Elizabeth, for coming out.
Thank you
very
all.
much.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, moving right along to Open Space Committee acquisition criteria. Any discussion or questions on this? Seeing none. Counselor Page, would you mind? Oh, sorry, Counselor Floyd.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, again, appreciate the work that Open Space did to pull this criteria together. I think we all understand that we're at a real watershed moment in town. We don't have a lot of open space. And I think this resolution goes a long way, at the very least, to expressing that that is a priority moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Page, did you read the resolution?
Certainly, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby adopts the attached document, criteria for the acquisition of open space dated February 8, 2024, as recommended by the Town of Newington Open Space Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Yes, Counselor Bucciaco.
Oh, yes, I just want to, echo what we kind of talked about last week, is that formalizing this and putting it in the way of a resolution from the town council is really, I think, important in conveying as a council, as town leaders, our concerns and our endorsement, our support for open space considerations to be considered by all the other land use commissions as well, the TPC, conservation, as well as economic development. So not really codifying it, but formally endorsing it is going to, I think, go a long way in showing those in decision-making powers in town that we are serious in preserving, maintaining, and utilizing what little open space we have left. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Bucciaco. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none. Can we please have a roll call vote, Susan?
Yes, Counselor Bucciaco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
and Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Moving right along to disband inactive committees, School Code Compliance Committee. I understand we have an update today.
Yes.
Excellent.
Would you like me to explain a little bit?
If you don't mind.
Okay,
could you
sure.
give us the update?
We do have Lauren Ryan's here as well, who's the Director of Administrative Services. But this project, the School Code Compliance Committee, really existed for about a decade to do quite a bit of work in regards to accessibility and ADA code violations at Newington High School and its campus. The work started back in 2011 under the then Director of Administrative Services, Jeff Barron, who has since retired. They completed their work in 2021, but we noticed that there was no, with Mr. Barron still in that position, but there was no report to close out that committee. So our current Director of Administrative Services, Lauren Ryan, took it upon herself to create the closing report, the closeout report, which you have in your packet, along with some very lengthy backup documents, and she can certainly explain that a little bit more. But now that that is done, the council is welcome to consider taking action to disband the committee and just move on with that portion of it. So I don't know if Lauren has anything she'd like to update or explain regarding the report, but that's where we are at this point.
No, I just want to thank Lou and the Board of Ed side for all of his help getting me the historical data and kind of filling me in on all the things that had happened prior to my tenure with the town. Again, if you have any questions on the report, either one of us can answer them.
Thank you, Lauren. Any questions? Counselor Menke?
Yeah, frankly, I'm tempted to vote against this because I'll have nothing to talk about for the next couple of months. So I think it's high time we finish this up. It hasn't been doing anything, and I appreciate everybody's efforts to get this cleaned up and resolved. I think it's important that we don't have committees that are hanging out there that aren't doing anything and that are just sort of hanging out there. And I think this is one of those that we needed to work on.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel?
Yes, I concur that it's time for school code compliance to committee to move on to other things. I was on the initial concept of it being formed, understandably so, with the tennis courts, and ironically enough, it's one of the first things I was given the privilege, though the other political party was in charge to be in charge of. So I helped to initiate it and follow through with many different projects off and on. And I think its time has come to move on and to so-called put it to bed. So thank you for getting all this together, Lauren. And I hope that others agree with me tonight to support this resolution. Thank you.
Counselor Nagel. Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lauren and Lou, for your work on this. I just had one question. So going through the many pages, I did find one thing. There was a letter from Superintendent Berlini. This is dated several years back, but I just wasn't aware of this, so that's why I asked the question about the showers in the Newington High School locker rooms. And specifically, there was reference to the fact that there's, for several years now, some time, there's been an individual bathroom with a shower and a toilet for the purpose of it being ADA accessible and folks can access it because they weren't able to access the showers. My only question was just, there's only one bathroom that is ADA accessible in the shower area for the purpose of showering. Is that sufficient? Are there several folks needing it in a day that, in a single class that have to wait in line while other folks are on their way to the next period? That was just my question. Not sure if now would be the appropriate time to ask. I can certainly ask the Board of Ed as well.
I can respond to it if you'd like. Okay. In the original project, that one bathroom was designed to be unisex to handle, the situation of a person in a wheelchair being able to have appropriate shower access. Subsequent to the first part of the project where that was done, the showers for both the boys and girls side were rehabilitated mid 2010s. I can't remember exactly when, but some of those barriers to access were eliminated in those showers, in the gang shower areas, to make it where they have full access everywhere now. So it's there's no issues. We're able to get the minimum requirement met early on, but then we expanded on that later on. So we're in good shape long term.
Just wanted to confirm. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'll echo that and say thank you to everyone for all your work on this. I know it's been a slog, so we really appreciate you putting in the work. Any other discussion questions? Seeing none, Counselor Mankey, would you like to do the honors and read the resolution?
I just turned the page. Let me find it again. Hang on a second.
Sorry.
More than happy to finish this up. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the final report of the School Code Compliance Committee as presented by Lauren Rhymes, Director of Administrative Services. Be it further resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby moves to disband the School Code Compliance Committee and thanks the members, past and present, for all the work done to see the project completed.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Definitely yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes. All right, motion carries unanimously. Excellent. Moving right along to resignations and appointments. We have one resignation. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you mind reading the resolution, please?
Just a point of order.
Oh, certainly.
Usually I read mine and Mitch
Oh.
reads his. Just
Fair enough,
just
fair
to
enough.
keep it consistent.
Certainly. Go right ahead, Counselor Mankey.
Not that I want to read two in a row, but
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't plan it right.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Dominic Payne as a member of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with correspondence received on January 31st, 2024, and effective immediately.
And I will second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes. All right, carries unanimous. Moving along again to tax refunds. Any questions or discussion about anything here? All right, seeing none. Counselor Gonzalez, would you please read the resolution?
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $2,882.86 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes, certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. Any discussion? Being none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yep.
Mayor Trister.
Yes. All right, carries unanimously. Very good. Moving along to previous minutes approval, and we still have the meeting from December 12th minutes. Do we have any discussion on that? Are we comfortable with the adjusted language? Counselor Mankey?
Yeah, I'm not going to stand in the way of approval of these minutes, but I'm not comfortable with the language. I don't think it reflects what actually happened, so I'll just abstain from approving this.
There was a change made to the language.
I saw your change, and I appreciate your efforts to make the changes. I appreciate. I think in good faith, everybody's trying to set the record straight. But in good faith, and I won't vote no, but I won't vote yes.
Okay, fair enough. Counselor Nagel? You're muted.
There we go. I would also abstain to the same section that has been just alluded to. And also the last regular meeting, I was not in attendance because I had COVID, so couldn't even Zoom on it. So I will abstain for that one as well.
Good. Counselor Page?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I may have fallen asleep. Are we voting en masse on all these, or are we speaking to one at a time?
I would suggest we speak to one at a time.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have one at a time.
Okay, never mind then. I'm sorry. I just wanted to
Sorry.
speak to correcting the minutes on another item. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none. Counselor Tiniakis, would you please read the resolution?
Sure, of course. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby moves to amend the regular meeting minutes of December 12th, 2023, section 10, page 16, to include reference to Mr. Hudka and his attorney in the minutes and resolutions number 2023-171 to reflect the following changes listed below. The Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 1-2006A, hereby moves to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue, town manager's contract. The following attended part of the executive session: town council members, the mayor, attorney Jared Lukin, attorney William G. Maston, and then Thomas Hudka.
AJ, I see we have some hands up. Do we have a second first?
Second.
All right, second by Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Page, go right ahead.
Yeah, I think it meant to read, and it's not AJ's or anybody's fault. It's just the last sentence, the following attended part or all of the executive session. That's just a minor correction.
Very good, thank you. Are you comfortable with that change, AJ?
Yeah, that's fine.
And Kathy as a seconder, that's okay?
Second.
Okay, very good. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Boudreiko,
Abstain.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Abstain.
Counselor Nagel,
Abstain.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
6 yes, 3 abstention.
Great, thank you so much, Susan. Moving on to item B, the special meeting minutes from January 16th. Any issues or discussion on that?
I would move approval.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Page. Counselor Page?
Well, was this a meeting, and AJ, help me out? I'm sorry, there's so much going on. The meeting where we had approved the change on the tax fixing, or was that the next meeting? I'm sorry.
That was this one. That's the next one.
Okay, once again, sorry, folks.
No problem. So we have a motion and a second on those minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
We have to do roll call.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
roll call.
All right, roll call,
Sorry.
roll call.
Sorry.
Counselor Boudreiko,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes. All right, so passed 9-0. Unanimous. All right, item C, the January 23rd, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Can we entertain a motion to approve those?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Counselor Mankey, a second by Deputy Mayor Rada.
Sure.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to steal Mitch's thunder, so I think he's going to speak to one of these
No,
things.
go for it, or AJ can.
I'll just speak to a few others, just very small things. On page 10, there was a reference to a quote that Mayor Trister had, collaborative effort between the three towns. I think it should read. It says tree towns. Love trees, but I think the intent tree. Page 11, there was an adjustment to something that I had said. Instead of that is important, which should be what it is, it says this is important. And then Councilor Nagel's last name, I think, is spelled incorrectly throughout the minutes. So it should read, if I'm correct, and please, Councilor Nagel, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's EL instead of LE.
EL, you're right.
Okay. That's all I have. Councilor Page or Councilor Tiniakos can speak to the other piece.
You want to go ahead, AJ?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I believe that we still need to add that stipulation that the tax adjustment for the 333 property down the turnpike, we need to add in that it's a one-time only kind of deal. I don't think that made it through.
Okay. Very good, very good. Can we vote on these with those changes, or should we leave it till next meeting until those changes have been made?
I think we can vote on those with the changes, stipulated the changes are made.
Certainly.
I hate to hold it up.
Yeah.
Certainly. So as the motion maker, you're okay with those changes, Councilor?
I am.
Murphy? And Councilor Rada as the seconder, you're okay with those changes?
Yes.
Very good. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Abstain.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Susan. And we are going to move on to consideration of new business. First up on the agenda is item A, discussion plan for implementing early voting from the Secretary of State guides. And we have our wonderful registrars of voters present. Would you guys have a presentation, please?
Hi, thank you, Mayor Trister. With early voting, we're going to, because it's a presidential preference primary, it is 4 days. It will be Tuesday, March 26th, Wednesday, the 27th, Thursday, the 28th, and Saturday, March 30th. There will be no early voting on Friday because it's Good Friday of Holy Week, and nothing on Easter Sunday. We are proposing that we use the town council chambers and conference room for all 4 days of early voting. Early voting will be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we will be taking the ballots ourselves. Some towns are using other avenues with this, but we will be putting him in a fireproof filing cabinet in our ROV office. We will have signs out in the parking lots we do need 2 additional parking spots for handicapped. We have spoken with our facilities department and they will assist us in any way with the parking issues. We have also decided that we will use the press releases that Superintendent DeMayo gave us, the press release information that he uses for Parks and Rec. So we're going to utilize that. We'll also utilize our own news flashes through the town and the website and Facebook. We will have same-day registration, which will be conducted in the ROV office. That will allow people, if they're new to town, to register that day, and depending on the time, they can vote that day or come back the next day to vote for early voting. We also have, because our population is over 20,000, we do have the right to use a second location. We are not in favor of that because first off, there's not another town building with connectivity that can help us with our voting system. And other towns, the city of Hartford, which has over 120 as a population, they have over 65,000 voters, are using just one location. The town of West Hartford, Vernon, Berlin, Avon, Farmington, Simsbury, and Rocky Hill are all using one location. We do reserve with the right to come back and maybe find a second location if need be, but right now we feel that for the presidential preference primary in March and the early voting for the presidential the presidential election in October, for the early voting dates, that one location would be sufficient. Do you have anything to add, Jenny?
No, I think you covered it. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
Teresa's our spokesperson.
Thank you so much for explaining all that. Any questions from counselors on anything? Counselor Bedrejko.
Yes, thank you to both of you. And I agree actually with, since this is the first time we're doing it, you did research with the other towns who are, have larger populations than us, in some instances significantly larger in terms of voting bases. They are using one polling place. I agree that I think we should start out with one polling place and see how it goes for at least the first year, because like you said, it can always be expanded if you find that it isn't sufficient. But for the first year, and the fact that you did reach out to other communities, to me, I think you did due diligence, so thank you.
Counselor Mankey.
I again want to thank you for both for your work on this. I think it's a good plan. I think it's something new to all of us, and we're kind of want to see how it works. Just on the 4 days voting in excuse me, in March, what's the cost to the town?
It's roughly $1,400 per day for the poll workers. That does not include any of the wages for our deputies.
I think it has to be about 10,000. Well, total for early voting.
About $10,000.
And is that in your budget currently?
No, we did receive a grant. It's a one-time grant from the state of Connecticut for $10,500.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I also agree with your recommendations, and I appreciate very much both of you and all of your work. As we see around the country, the right to vote is in some places under attack, and you're entrusted with such a sacred, important job, and you do it very well. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Page. Counselor Nagel.
Thank you also for all the work that you do in making our elections fair and open. And this process, I think, should be followed. I just wanted to double check and clarify. You probably already have done many times with our acting town manager. Have you resolved any conflicts with the usages of those buildings during any rooms in town hall on any of the days that you selected for early voting?
I believe we're all set. We did get a ruling. The Secretary of the State's legal department sent out a ruling on once a location is picked, we have chosen the council chambers and conference room. That would have to be for all 4 days. We can't change it to have it be in the library one day or the gym another day. Once it's set, it has to be in those rooms for the duration of early voting.
I have no problem with that. I just wanted to make certain that later on one found out that something was happening in one room or another. It has happened with other kinds of things. I realize this is very important, if not the most important thing that the town does. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagel, Councilor Gonzalez.
Hi, I just wanted to thank your office for all the work that you've done to make sure that this is being able to be pulled off successfully. Thank you so much.
Kathy, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming in and explaining that. I actually just have two quick questions, just clarification questions, and hopefully you can help us. Based on the dates that we're doing this, it looks like we have to move the count. We'll probably have, you're gonna need our council chambers. I believe we have a council meeting and a
That's
planning
great.
meeting that week. So we'll move those meetings. I think we'll
Okay,
figure out a
thank
way to
you.
move those. Okay, very good. The other question was in regards to a second location, where in your research, where would we, if we were to do that, where would we even do that?
Like we had joked, right?
About
The highway.
the highway garage because that is a plate one of the places, a town building, but they just don't have connectivity. None of the areas have the connectivity we need for our new voting system and our current voter registration system.
We're certainly open to suggestions. I think our
Certainly.
town, though, with lots of surrounding towns, is in the same position.
Right.
Because most of us use schools and we're not gonna shut down schools for, like it's not feasible.
Kids would love it.
I know my kids would, that's for sure.
A week off for election.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think
Oh, they'll
I
be
think-
huge proponents, yeah.
No, I agree with what's been said. I think this is a learning experience for everybody, and I think it makes sense to sort of ease our way into it. So I think you guys have done a phenomenal job, and we're looking forward to seeing how it turns out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns from counselors or discussion points? Seeing none, you guys are all set. You guys can go home and go to bed too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Moving along now to item B, a memorandum of understanding, Board of Education CIP Open Choice Program. Jamie, would you please give us a little overview on that real quick? I know we have Lou here and he's going to fill us in on some too, but could you give us an overview? Thank you.
We have Lou here. We also have Janet Murphy, the finance director, here as well. This is somewhat of a complex item when you first learn about it or read about it. So we're lucky to have Lou and Janet here to further explain, answer your questions, but I can explain the basics of it. So each year the Board of Ed is reimbursed for costs related to its open choice program, which it offers to students from out of town in Newington. Per an ordinance pertaining to tuition receipts, the reimbursements that come into Newington are deposited into the board CIP. Also per ordinance, the Board of Ed has a cap of $1.2 million in its CIP revenue each year. And revenue in excess of that has to be returned to the town's general fund at the end of the fiscal year. In your packet, you have a bunch of information from Mr. Giacomo. It's including a table that indicates the anticipated reimbursements for the open choice program, well, the historical and the anticipated reimbursements. And you can see that those reimbursements could be expected to exceed the cap this year. Typically, Hartford sends the reimbursement check to us once per year. Sometimes it comes in early June, but it could also come in late June. It can come in July. It can come really anytime in that early part of the summer. which doesn't give the board the opportunity to transfer their funds out of the CIP before the end of the fiscal year, which then runs them into the situation of perhaps having to forfeit those funds to the town, or be not in concurrence with the ordinance. So essentially, it's just a timing issue of when we receive the reimbursements and the ability for them to be transferred out of the board CIP. To avoid this issue, the permanent solution would be for the council at some point down the line to consider amending the ordinance, so that to remove that timing issue. But because we are in the budget season and the board is considering its budget to submit to us and the council for consideration, there is a shorter term solution to address the immediate need for the expected overage this year, and that would be for the town and the board to enter into a memorandum of understanding. And Janet has been working with Lou and Dr. Brummett and myself to come up with the draft memorandum of understanding, which is in your packet. And it is being reviewed by the attorneys and would come to you at a future meeting for consideration. And the MOU would allow for the transfer from the CIP Project Reserve Fund to the Board of Ed non-lapsing fund for the Board of Ed to use for operating costs, as you can see on page 2 of the memo. As I mentioned, this is undergoing legal review and would come back to the council for approval. The Board of Ed discussed it at their special meeting last Wednesday as well. And if the council, what this does is it gives the council some time to consider an ordinance change, which would be the permanent solution, but it doesn't force you to do one right now during our already busy budget process. You can do it at your convenience. However, if the council wants to, as part of its acceptance of this, you can also put an expiration date on the MOU as well, if that's helpful. And then you could consider the ordinance change at your convenience. Any questions can go to Lou or Janet, because that is a summary of my understanding of the item.
Thank you, Jamie, so much. Any questions or discussion or anything to add to that, Lou?
No, Jamie did a great job. I couldn't have done any better myself. So,
Perfect.
she's done wonderful, and understanding and appreciating the bind we're in, because we've outgrown the ordinance the way it is structured right now. So this is just keeping things contemporary with how the world is today. So
thank you, Lou. Appreciate it. Councilor Mankey. You're muted.
Sorry. I'm always in favor of an expiration date on MOUs, because otherwise they just sit there and they go on and on and on. So I think that's a good thing. We can always renew an MOU, but I think it's having a something to force us to look at, I think, is a good thing. So what are some of the things that out of the school CIP was paid for last year? Did you complete all the funds last year? I guess I'm confused where the money goes.
Well, a few years back, the board and the town came to an informal arrangement where we would budget and acquire most of our technology equipment through the board CIP fund for $750,000.
Right.
Okay. That is typically a springtime purchase for, showing up, getting it deployed, ready for start of school for September, and any shutdown requirements for infrastructure related items. In addition, then there's $450,000 for everything else, which is the, repairing the playscapes.
You used some for the parking lot too, didn't you?
Parking lots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You name it, HVAC equipment. There's plenty of project opportunities to go around for how to utilize the rest of the money. One of the things is how I described is when the $1.2 million cap with the ordinance change was around 2012 when that happened. We're only generating $300,000 of revenue in the board CIP account, and a $1 million cap gave us 3 or 4 fiscal years to span work and plan it and be able to execute it. Now we're in a spot where the revenue we get this year, we have to expend it in the same year. And when you have larger capital projects, you got planning and architects and engineers and all the other things to get it done. And it's a very, very tight high wire act we have to go through to try to, fit everything in timing wise and dollar wise to stay under the cap. So and we have upwards to $400,000 that we will have excess revenues just when that one check will push us over, forget about everything else we're doing.
Right.
It's just not realistic to think we won't, have some kind of forfeiture that comes out of this. And part of with the open choice arrangement, we are obligated, when we're paying out the costs on behalf of the open choice kids, we need those dollars in the operating budget to support the costs we outlay. But when the revenues come back, they go to the board CIP account. So it helps us, by having a mechanism like this, to either go through the non-lapsing fund, or even more simplistically, if it came back to the operating budget to some extent, to minimize the ask, because you're going to be netting out that cost in the same fiscal year. Here we have to bridge it around the board CIP, non-lapsing fund, and then back to the operating budget. So
it just to clarify though, it's not, when you say forfeiture, it's taxpayers' money that goes back to the general fund. So it's not like we're saying Hartford didn't give us the money, so we're going to give it back.
No, right, right.
It goes back to the general fund.
Access to it, yes. Right. I'm mischaracterizing.
I know what you meant, I just want to make sure it is all taxpayer money that.
Yes, it is.
Actually goes back to in a sense, goes back to taxpayers. So the ultimate goal of this would be to change the ordinance so that you would increase the limit to the CIP from 1.2.
In speaking with Janet and in the discussions with Jamie so far, there's a couple pieces to it. And part of it is, where do we want this collectively between the board and the town council to end up? We recognize that, by long-term participation at the 3% rate of enrollment in the open and choice program, we're going to be, in all likelihood, exceeding that cap year after year after year. And what kind of mechanism do we need to have in place to either get those dollars back to offset board expenditures for that year, or a mechanism for a supplemental appropriation to make up the difference that we don't get back in some fashion? And this seemed like it was something that, and I don't want to speak for Janet, but with the redirecting the funds through the non-lapsing account appeared to be something that she would support from a financial management standpoint. It addresses our needs, and it takes all of the having to hit every milestone date perfectly on the calendar coming down in May and June, which doesn't necessarily fit with the operational calendars for both the board and the town council. So it creates the opportunity to efficiently and appropriately take care of, the realities of, what the program offers us. And it is, we get fully reimbursed for these costs. There's no dispute or issue along those lines. It's just a matter
It's just when we get reimbursed, this is the issue, I think.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Plord?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lou and Jamie, for your work on this. So I just want to clarify for my purposes a question. We are not and obviously we're not taking action on this tonight, but when presumably we do, we are not endorsing a new cap specifically, like a new number. Right now it's 1.2. We're not endorsing a new number, a new cap. We're just endorsing the idea that the cap may need to be changed, and that right now the current cap is untenable. It's, it doesn't meet the current need.
Well, the cap restricts what we can do at this point. Right. The cap's not untenable because it's really a two-part process here. So we need to generate at least $750,000 per year into the board CIP account to take care of our technology needs. So, of the $1.6 million that we're looking at this year, about $1.3 million is going to be open choice revenues, and $300,000 is going to come from everything else. So if we took all of the $1.3 million of the open choice money and handed it back to the board operating budget, then I can't fund with the technology. So it's a matter of how we work out all these details where there is adequate flexibility to proceed, where the board can sustain the technology operations, as well as return as many dollars as possible to offset the open choice expenses that we incur every year.
So just to be clear then, I appreciate that answer. So just to be clear then, this memorandum would allow the Board of Education to make as many transfers as they deem appropriate above that cap, while this memorandum is in force. Is that correct?
Well, it would be for revenues that exceed the cap, and it may be just our estimates. We're cutting it too tight. We're $40,000 over. I don't see more than 2 anticipated requests per year. And I would think they would be May and June because of how everything comes together at the end of the year. I know in this I believe in the final version that's here, or the version that's now in front of you guys, that nothing happens until January 1st anyway. And we still have the subject to limit of the 2% state cap on dollars that can go into a non-lapsing fund. So you have some other guardrails that are in here, which are perfectly fine for assuring all of a sudden we're not dumping $5 million into the funds. And that's not what's here. It's just really matching the revenues with the costs that are incurred is all that's here. And then you saw from the chart that we had in the memo that supported this request, we've quadrupled the revenue in 6 years. So it's was nothing that was ever anticipated when the original ordinance modification was done.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, Lou, you know that I'm not a financial wizard here, so just bear with me. I just, in my little mind, each year when you're doing your budget for the following year, you anticipate how many, let's say, open choice students you're going to get. You anticipate in your operating budget, you budget for the expenses for those projected number of students.
Correct.
And then you offset the budget, or you also anticipate the 100% or the revenue that's going to be coming in for those students.
Not these revenues. Okay. There's 2 different revenue streams for open choice. One is the participation dollars, which is the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, depending on your level of participation. That is considered a grant that goes back to the Board of Education direct. The other part is this is all for special education costs for the students who are part of the mix of our overall open choice population of around 120 kids right now. And all of those appropriate special ed costs can be billed back to the city of Hartford. And you don't really know what that number is going to be until you're, somewhere between November and January of the year, as far as how, those costs are going to work out for the year based on, the type of programming that has to be done for the kids and, how they've progressed or, encountered difficulties. So that side of it is not budgeted. Okay, quick, Gil.
Okay, well then, so if you're not budgeting for those expenses that you just mentioned, that second part of the budget, you're
not
incurring
budgeting for revenues. We're not budgeting for the revenues that go with it. Those revenues go to the non-lap or to the Board of Ed CIP.
Okay, so, but you are anticipating when you're preparing your budget that you will be getting those certain revenues, but you can't be 100% exact until the end of the year when you see how many of those students, what their needs or whatever. So
we have a good idea by mid-year. Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that there's being this amount of excess is simply because we're getting so many more of these students with these special needs coming into the system, and you need to put a bucket to put those monies.
Correct. Right. Right. And since we have the expenses in the operating budget and the revenues go to the board CIP, that increases the ask during budget season each year. So whatever number we need to get to support the open choice operations is part of the budget request that you will be, you'll be getting from the Board of Ed in the next few weeks. And the board CIP.
So it's really not, so when you like putting it in a non-lapsing account or whatever, where you say it's, because when, at the Board of Ed budget meeting, superintendent, kind of alluded to the fact that that was kind of like anticipated as a safety fund or an emergency fund or whatever, but these are actually funds that, or these are revenues that were actually expended, correct?
Correct. We had to spend the money in advance of the revenues being received.
Okay. I'll have more questions for you at a later time, but thank you.
Sure. No problem. Call me up anytime.
Any other questions for Jamie or Lou on this topic? All right, well, we will keep it moving right along. Then thank you so much, Lou, for being here, and thank you, Jamie, for your
Thank you.
explanation.
Yeah.
Really
And again,
appreciate
if there are questions, I would certainly, Jamie can give you my cell phone number. Anybody can call me anytime about this, because this is a hard thing to understand and really follow the bouncing ball around how the money moves. So I, welcome the calls and more than happy to spend as much time as needed to make sure everybody's comfortable with their understanding.
We really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Great.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. Definitely. Thank you so much, Lou, and we'll keep it moving here.
All right. Very good.
Excellent. All right. Next on the agenda under new business is item C, Grant Connecticut Volkswagen VW EVSE ZEV Infrastructure Program, ZIP. I see we have, I know we have our town engineer is on the line, and Jamie, you guys want to introduce what this is?
Sure. Our town engineer, Chris Zibito, is in the room. He could explain a little bit more of the scope of the project. But essentially, back in the fall of 2022, we applied for a grant from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to install some electric vehicle charging stations, 2 Class 2 stations, which would be installed in the Garfield Street parking lot. In 2023, we received notice that we are going to be awarded the funding to do the project. It is a reimbursement grant, meaning that we need to put the money up and then we'll be reimbursed upon submitting the invoices for the project. And those invoices have to be submitted to DEEP by the end of November of this year. So it's time to start construction of the project. And again, the town attorney can speak a little bit more about the plans for that. But at next council meeting, we would ask for the council's approval to proceed with the project and with the funding to be reimbursed by the grant at the conclusion of the project, so that we can get going, get it in for this construction season, and get the documents back to the state by the November deadline.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, just 2 quick questions. On which end of the Garfield parking lot, is it the main parking lot or the parking lot that's in front of the baseball field?
All right, this is Chris Zibito, town engineer, just stating my name for the record. And if you're looking at the Zoom, the name is spelled incorrectly. Since we brought that up with Mr. Nagel earlier, contact me during the week and I'll get you the correct spelling. So the answer to Councilor Mankey's question is the stations are going to go in the island area between the easternmost parking, let's call it, node of the Garfield Street parking area. This is the area south of the library. There are 4 parking lots there that aren't, quote, library parking lots. So the eastern side, there's an island that runs between the 2 of them, where these stations are going to be placed. And then this project also includes some conduit work for improved lighting in the parking lot area, according to the plans that my predecessor had put together. I thought they're pretty good plans. And just since we're on the discussion of the project, I just want to state that we plan to do this in coordination with the larger project of the streetscape grant that goes along with the Garfield area. We're trying to get, we being Paul, Dixon, and myself, trying to get some of these languishing grants back into construction, so we can move forward with our grant application process. So a little longer answer than you asked for, but information I think you need.
Okay, appreciate it. And just the other question is, do we have the money budgeted, or can we take, I mean, I know we get it back right away, but is there a delay through one fiscal year to another fiscal year?
The logistics of that are going to have to do a lot with things we can't control just yet, and that
Right.
is this document needs to be authorized so that when we get the contract from the state, which will be forthcoming, we submitted the scope of work to them already. They need to do their contract writing aspect of this and get that document back to us to execute. Once that's done, we can actually begin to procure equipment in preparation for construction that we hope to bid this year. We need to bid it this year because that's how we're going to get reimbursed for it.
Right.
The November deadline, however, I've already had conversation with DEP, who is administering the grant, and they will extend that at our request because some of this equipment is severely impacted by this whole supply chain issue that's been going on for some time now.
So realistically,
Similar.
this
Okay.
would be fiscal year then, right? The work
I
starts-
would love to do this fiscal year. It's my goal.
Okay, well, good.
But it may carry over
Ambitious.
into the next based on, closing out the fiscal year in July and whatnot.
Right.
So yeah, there's a question to the timing of this based on that contract I mentioned, based on the availability of some materials. Ideally, we're able to get, conduit in, get wire laid, get the pedestals mounted, all in preparation for the paving aspect that will go with the parking lot. No point in doing the parking lot paving if we're going to be running conduit under it. So this is the balancing act that I'm working on at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns on this? All right. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Chris, and giving us that information. And thank you, same to Jamie. We really appreciate it. And we're excited to see some projects getting going. That's great.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Excellent. Have a great night. All right. Moving along in the agenda to item 12. Agenda item 12D, resignation, Thomas Hutka, Town Manager. There is a request to waive the rules to accept the town manager's resignation. Counselor Plord, would you mind reading the first part of the resolution?
Certainly, give me just one moment. Okay. Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Section 12 of the Town Council Rules of Procedure adopted May 10th, 2016, hereby moves to allow action on Agenda Item 12 to accept the resignation of Thomas Hutka as Town Manager.
Second.
A motion and a second. We allow for public participation at this point or after the vote?
This point, I believe.
All right, so we will open it up for public participation. If anyone would like to speak on this particular agenda item. Seeing one, go right ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Alton Drive. I'm a little bit confused here. Are you voting on taking his resignation or voting on waiving the rules to take his resignation? I'm a little bit confused. And I admit because
I believe we're voting on waiving the rules, but someone can tell me if I'm incorrect.
Yes, we are voting on waiving the rules,
Okay.
correct?
Okay, I was on another call and I just caught the tail end of this. So I thought that you vote to waive the rules and then ask for public participation before you take a vote. Could somebody explain this to me? Because it's happened so many times that I'm not quite sure of how it's supposed to go. Jamie, can you help me out?
Sure. Unfortunately, my town council rules of procedure are on my desk in the office, town hall, but my understanding is I believe you would vote to waive the rules and the public participation would be on the actual original motion to be considered.
Okay. Okay, if you're good with it, I'm good with it. It's too late in the night. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Any other discussion points? Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just went back. I have mine handy, Jamie. So it looks like we read the motion to waive and take action. We, read the main motion as well. And so I think we need to read both parts of the motion, and then we allow public participation on the main motion and vote on the main.
Correct.
I think that's the way.
Okay, so do we vote on waiving the rules now and then go back to public participation?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So the motion was made by Counselor Floyd, seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Nagel.
I just wanted to clarify as well that indeed you waive the rules, you vote on that, you have a discussion, then you present the actual motion, and during that discussion, the public has a chance to weigh in on it before a final vote is taken.
Very good. Thank you. All right, very good. So we have a motion and a second on waiving the rules. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Counselor Boudreaux,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Floyd,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes. All right, so that passes 9 unanimously. Now we move on to the second part. Counselor, Deputy Mayor Rada, would you please read the second resolution?
Yes. Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby moves to accept the resignation of Thomas Hutka as town manager effective February 17th, 2024. Council wishes to extend our gratitude to Mr. Hutka for his efforts and work on behalf of the town.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. All right, so now we open it up for public participation. Anyone wishing to participate? All right. Ms. Del Bueno, you're all set.
Hi, Beth Del Buno, 327 Walsh Avenue. I would just like to again request that if there were any agreements made regarding this resignation or any tax dollars being paid out regarding this resignation, that be disclosed to the public for our knowledge, and so that we can know what that looks like. And I would like to thank Mr. Hutka for his service to the town. He did a wonderful job in the very short time that he was here, and I just want to thank him. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to participate in public participation? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Counselor Boudreaux,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Floyd,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
9-0.
Yes. Counselor Mackey, your hands up?
Yeah, it is. I just trying to recall in the past when we've changed town managers, I believe the council hires and terminates a contract with a town manager. And I do believe that the council has to vote on any settlement. It has to be approved by the council. So we would have to take a vote at this at some point if there is a settlement. So I think that's something we should look at quickly. Because I don't know who else would sign the document to approve the settlement without having the council approve.
Thank you, Counselor. Very good. All right. Moving right along to agenda item 12E, discussion town manager search committee. That's obviously where we got to go from here. Next is looking for a permanent town manager. I propose a subcommittee to handle that at first. But I'm open to any ideas or thoughts on that. Counselor Menke.
Two things, and I hate to keep talking, but I was cleaning my basement the other day, which my wife tells me I should do more often. And I came across the proposal for the people we use, Randy Frank and Associates. And I just happened to look at it, and they said that they will do a search for us if the town manager leaves within a year of being hired. So they would do the search for free. So it's something we should look at. And again, I would just say the last time we looked for the town manager about a year ago, we did have a committee that kind of did the preliminary work, which there's an awful lot of preliminary work that goes on before you can do that. And then they brought a search firm on board who did the background checks, the qualifications checks, all that stuff, and then they brought a selection of candidates to the council. The council, I think, phone interviewed 10 people, and in-person interviewed 4 people or 3 people. I think it was 3 maybe. So I was just to do the same route.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to definitely have a subcommittee to handle that preliminary work. And how many members did you guys have in that subcommittee when you did it
I
last
believe
time?
we had 3 people.
Okay.
I think
Would you be able
myself,
oh, go ahead.
Councilor Pacheco and Councilor Page. I think it was 3 of us.
Okay. Would you be opposed to maybe expanding that to 5?
We could expand it to 5, but 5 is only 4 less than the whole council. So I think 5 is maybe probably too much. It's really just a preliminary work. It's not the subcommittee didn't make the decision. All
Right.
decision made by the council. The subcommittee just hired a firm or got proposals from firms. The council decided to pick the firm, not the subcommittee. And then the subcommittee just did any legwork. I think if you go 5, you might as well go the whole council. It's only 4 more or less.
Very good. Very good. Any other thoughts on this? Any discussion points from anybody? No? All right. Well, we will put that together and Councilor Floyd?
Sorry, I've done that a couple of times tonight, my mistake.
Oh, no problem.
I know we obviously have a town manager evaluation subcommittee. I wonder if it would be appropriate, this is just a thought, it doesn't have to go one way or the other, but since we already have counselors appointed to that subcommittee, I don't know who they are, but I'm forgetting off the top of my head. I think Deputy Mayor Rada might be one, but perhaps they could start doing that groundwork to begin with. Or certainly another subcommittee could be formed there. Just a thought.
Yeah. Councilor Mankey?
I would recommend just doing a separate subcommittee so we don't confuse the two. It's a quick thing to form a subcommittee. It's not a lengthy process. And we could start with what we had last time and kind of go from there. I think it's probably all on file someplace.
Very good. Councilor Nagel?
I would concur with what Councilor Mankey said. Having served on the evaluation committee, I can see why someone who doesn't know the details of it would think it'd be a natural thing to match up with. But it's a total different process. It's not making decisions, and it would be better to separate the two because you're going to evaluate a process later, which is separate from choosing a great many people. So I would, while it's a good idea, I for technical reasons and having done it in the past, I think separating the two makes more sense.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Councilor Bedrejko?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Councilor Mankey had said, the subcommittee before did an awful lot of painstaking research in terms of working with, first of all, hiring a firm and then working with that firm. I mean, I think there was a very detailed and very attractive promotional brochure put out that was distributed, nationwide to the different organizations that would attract town manager candidates. The subcommittee evaluated the type of questions we wanted to, broad brush questions, essay questions, and the final type of questions. The bios, there was, all that work is done. And then, and it was circulated to the town council as a whole, you know, for final sign off. But what I would recommend is maybe that, and the fact that it would cost us nothing at this point to go back to the search firm to do another search. I think that if either Jamie and you, Mayor Trister, and perhaps the town attorney can take a look at that contract that we had with Randy Green to look at the verbiage regarding of whether that search can be resurrected, because so much of the work had been done so far, and it was good. It was you know, it was good. It was the type of questions that should be asked of a candidate. It was a Newington profile that, you know, was proud of the town and showed candidates, you know, what type of community they were coming into. So much of that work has been done. So maybe, you know, Jamie and the town attorney and you, Mayor Trister, can kind of just look at that and then maybe make a decision on, you know, I do think a subcommittee has to be made, has to be formed anyways, because once candidates start coming in, they can do some of the winnowing. But so much of the work has been done already. I'd hate to see a new committee brought together and just redo so much of the hard work that was done not that long ago. So maybe that the contract that Councilor Menke was alluding to, you can obtain a copy of it, Jamie, and, you know, the mayor and the town attorney can look it over.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Councilor Tiniakis.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of saving some money if we're able to get the them to do the search again for free. And I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse here, but I just think moving forward, I think it would be best if we don't really branch out as far as the Press Council did and look more local for someone to replace the town manager position. I just want to get that out there.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. That was going to be my point. I think I'd like us to look more locally, although Councilor Pedreco and Menke's comments about saving money, I'm all for it. And if we can not reinvent the wheel and take advantage of the work that's already been done, I think that's an excellent idea. I don't disagree with that. I think that looking more locally might yield us a more successful result. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Menke.
Just a quick point on it. We did, when the survey or the application or our profile went out, it did go out all nationwide, but also locally. So it did go out to people looking to be town managers in New England and Connecticut and Massachusetts. And I think we did get a couple applications. As I recall, we had a couple applications from Connecticut and a couple from Massachusetts that were in the final that sent in an application. And we chose actually, I think one of the people we looked at used to work in a town, used to be a town manager of a town in Connecticut, moved someplace else and wanted to come back. So we did kind of look locally, but it's easy these days. You just send it out on these nationwide websites and it goes all over the place, and you might get a good candidate, some, you know, I don't know, some from New Mexico someplace, but who knows. But I think we should look at certainly at you know, all over the place and not just, you know, one region. I think we just look all over. We can narrow it down based on what we get back for applications.
That's good. Councilor Pedreco.
Yeah, just we can direct, if we do decide to go with the firm that we used or another firm. One of the things that we would direct them is, do we want to go nationally? Do we just want to go eastern, you know, seaboard? Do we want to go New England? Do we want to go local? So that type of, just even if we use a professional firm, we can direct them as to how far we want our search to go. So it doesn't preclude the fact that we can limit it.
Very good. Lots to Yeah, there's been some good information here, and it's good to have some people with some experience on this to figure out the best way forward. So yeah, I think as was stated, definitely we'll look at creating a subcommittee and moving forward from where we need to go on that point. So I'm comfortable. Does anybody have any further discussion on this point for tonight? No? All right, very good. We will move right along then to item 13, written oral communications to the town manager and other town agencies. Anything to report?
Sure, just quickly, let me just pull it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to tip my hat to the highway, parks and facilities departments for their outstanding response yet again to today's storm. That was a very difficult storm to predict, and it kind of stumped the professional meteorologists, so definitely difficult to plan for. And once again, they rose to the occasion. Budget preparation is well underway. I'm working with town departments on their operating budget and CIP requests. And we're receiving information about projected revenue, including the grand list, non-tax revenues, and some expenses such as debt services in the MDC. Currently, the Board of Ed is in deliberations regarding the school's budget request, the superintendent's budget request, I should say, which I should receive closer to the end of the month. All of this will come together with any of my proposed adjustments for the council's consideration, and you should receive it on March 1st to begin your deliberations on the budget. On Friday, I emailed to the council some personnel updates, but for the sake of the public, I'll just summarize them. The Senior and Disabled Center Eligibility Program Coordinator position, we're just buttoning up a couple things with a candidate who has received a conditional offer. As soon as we get those details complete, then we expect her to start at the end of February, and we'll go ahead and give you the details on that, including her name. But we're very excited to hopefully have her on board soon. Yesterday, Ashley Leary was sworn in as a police officer in Newington. She is a certified police officer, which means she comes to us with previous experience, including previous experience at the Newington Police Department prior to going to another town for a bit for family reasons. But she's thrilled to be back in Newington because she's been through the academy, and through Newington specific training, she can pretty much hit the ground running. That leaves 9 vacancies in the police department, 8 of which are police officer vacancies, which is certainly remains a significant concern of us in the town. So we're looking at ways at how we can make hiring and retaining police officers, both certified and entry level, a priority so we can get our department fully staffed. The police chief hiring process continues. We actually have the next step of it on Thursday. It'll be an oral presentation and written exercise among the candidates. And that will be professionally adjudicated. After that, we'll have some additional interviews with myself and some other folks, which would be considered for the final round of applicants or the final number of applicants. Hope to have somebody in place sooner rather than later. In that regard, we want to thank Tom Davern. He's the acting police superintendent. For his original agreement, he's agreed to remain on board for up to 4 more months or until we're able to get a police chief in place. So we do appreciate his willingness to continue in his position while we go through this process. It's certainly a very important, vital process we want to make sure that we're doing everything properly. The promotional hiring process continues for the Secretary 3 department in the police department. It is a union position, so it's going through the union procedure for hiring. Last Thursday night, Eric Giansante was promoted or was sworn in as the deputy chief of the volunteer fire department in a ceremony. So we just want to offer our congratulations to Deputy Chief Giansante. And the assistant town engineer and the assistant town building official positions remain open, and they've both been open for quite some time, and there is significant need to fill both of those positions just based on the workload in both of those departments. So we're looking at some temporary solutions to help alleviate the workload, such as perhaps bringing in an intern and finding some work that would be mutually beneficial for them and us to complete, looking at temporary contractors, whatever else we can do to help them out until we get folks in those positions. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
For me, thank you so much. Any questions from council? Thank you so much for that report, and thank you for your hard work, and appreciate Tom Davern for agreeing to stay on for this process. He's done a great job. Council liaison and committee reports. Anybody have anything to update? Councilor Nagel.
The senior center board meeting this month was not held because they could not get a quorum and other reasons. They're planning for a date later in the month. I've not heard anything in terms of an update as to where they're going to meet later this month or next. Councilor Rada and myself attended the library board meeting the other night. And much of what they discussed, we've talked about in one way or another during this council meeting. Aside from that, they did receive a $4,000 grant to help in terms of making improvements in the teen department and the children's department. They continue their workshops on communications with staff and how to communicate effectively and under different circumstances with the public. Winterfest, as you know, was held in January, and a report was given by Friends of the Library. Very successful. They made over $11,000 in donations, which goes directly to the library. They talked about obviously the road race, the marathon. It's a 5K that's held every year, and I believe that's it. Unless Councilor Rada has something to add to that.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. The only other thing I want to add, couple of things, that the winter reading program is in progress now. Their theme this year is Read Around the World. There was a leak in the collection management office, but the town responded very quickly, and that has been taken care of. And one more item for the library is that they are planning their spring book sale. And I don't recall what the dates are, but that is in process right now. The only other thing I will just kind of echo what Jamie had to say at the last fire department meeting. Councilor Mankey and I attended, and Eric Giansanti was sworn in as a deputy chief. So we had the opportunity to congratulate him on behalf of the town council. Also, I just want to thank the fire department, the commissioners, the chiefs, the staff at the various companies for hosting a tour of the council. Jamie and I think Lauren was also there. Quite informative. We were able to see behind the scenes, ask a lot of questions. The tour also included the training tower, so we got a chance to kind of get a sneak peek inside that as well, and the promise that we would be notified when there is a training taking place, and inviting us to attend, and also possibly to bring the new truck, the tower, and set it up somewhere nearby prior to one of our council meetings, so that the council can get a chance to really see that up close and personal. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rada. Councilor Bedrejko.
Yes, just a quick update on the last TPZ meeting where the pre-application, the developer and the owner presented a proposed plan for complete residential of, they proposed 273 units, 4 stories high, a mix of market rate, affordable, and elderly. And I believe there was going to be four buildings, and it was going to pretty much take up the entire parking lot. The public came out, not in droves, but there was interest from people, particularly from the Northwood neighborhood, as well as some others who expressed their concerns and opinions. the discussion among the TPZ commissioners was basically they would prefer to have some kind of mixed use component become part of any proposal, not just 100% housing. So I do believe that the message got through to the developers and the property owner that maybe to kind of go back and perhaps reconsider some alternatives, not to exclude housing necessarily, but to try and get more, let's say, in scale with the surrounding neighborhood and or some kind of retail or office component. So again, it wasn't discouraged. Development certainly was encouraged, but there will be some modifications, I believe, coming out of it based on the discussions that occurred among the commission and the public.
Thank you, Councilor Bedrejko. Councilor Plourd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on Councilor Bedrejko's comments around the last TPZ meeting, I do want to emphasize, because I saw there was an article in the Rare Reminder and also a lot of discussion online. I don't look very often, but when I do, it seems that there was some discussion. And so just want to emphasize that this was a pre-application filed by the property owner, and it served its purpose. People, residents, expressed their concerns, like Councilor Bedrejko said, and commissioners expressed their concerns as well. And like Councilor Bedrejko said, they will be going back to the drawing board with those concerns in mind. And so just want to be clear that, folks, when they do raise their concerns, are heard through a process like the pre-application process. And that's why it's there, which is good. A couple other things just around the town center, just so folks are aware, they may have seen, but there is an RFP that the town planning office is soliciting right now for much of the center of town. I emphasized in the TPC meeting, and others emphasized as well, the need to look at a community-led approach to a lot of the development in that area. We're really at a crossroads right now with parcels at Best Market and Keeney Manufacturing, certainly, and other parts of the town center. So it's really now or never, I think, for us to have a real, community-led approach to that and do it the right way, not just do it for doing it. So that was another thing. A new dispensary was also approved at the former Pier 1 Imports building, if you're familiar, across from Hoffman's on the Berlin Turnpike and DOT. And so there were some concerns that residents raised from the Churchill Bridge Association around an access road that they have that connects their complex to that plaza. I checked in with the town planner, had a great meeting actually with Paul Dixon. And that was one of the things that we spoke about. I'm really pleased. I think that there will be some facilitation that the town can do to allow both stakeholders to come to kind of an amicable position. So that's good to hear. And then on that, having a meeting with the town planner, we talked a lot about their needs as a department. And I just want to really emphasize how much I appreciate the work that they do in the town planning office. Like Jamie said, there are 2 open positions right now, in town planning and town engineering that mean that they're doing double, triple, quadruple the work in a small town like ours that's not so small. And so I just want to commend Paul and his staff for the work that they do. And we also talked a lot about creative solutions on the housing crisis in town. So I think there's a lot of really great work to do. And the last thing I will say before I shut my mouth is that CROG held a public comment period on a priority climate action plan for the Hartford, East Hartford, Middletown kind of metropolitan area. Just this past week, I submitted public comment speaking to the ways that this could benefit Newington and how that plan could help us at the municipal level transition our municipal fleet to more clean options, how it could allow us to plan for the future mitigation and all the other things. So I just want to flag that for folks that is some really great work happening at the regional level on the climate crisis, and it's work that will impact us and that we can be looped into here in Newington, and I think that we should be supportive of. And I should add that is a federal grant through which that's funded. So it's money that's come to us from the EPA or come to Prague for the EPA. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other updates? Seeing none, we will move on to public participation again. Anybody in the room who wishes to participate in public participation, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing none. All right. I'll go right ahead, Ms. Bueno.
Good evening, Beth Del Buno, 327 Walsh Avenue. I just wanted to say, first of all, I was remiss in not saying welcome to Jamie Trevethan, the acting town manager. It looks like you've really hit the ground running, Jamie, and you're doing a great job. And so I just wanted to say welcome. I also wanted to just weigh in on the discussion earlier regarding the Public Building Committee. I looked back historically, just for everyone's information. There was a public hearing held regarding that ordinance on April 26th of 2022. And, you know, we don't honestly typically get folks from the public that come out for those public hearings. There were two individuals that came out, Leanne Mankey and Patty Foley, in favor of the committee at that time. And then the vote was taken later that evening to pass that ordinance. And just so you all understand, at least from my perspective, the reason for a permanent building committee really is to avoid some of the issues we've had in the past with other building committees. And I hear what you're saying, that Anna Reynolds is running very nicely right now, and I would agree with that. But I served on more than one iteration of a town hall renovation committee. And I can tell you that folks that volunteer for those committees don't have any professional experience typically. And so we're being asked as members of those committees to make decisions on change orders and air handling systems and which flashing is the right flashing, and should it be cinder block or should it be sheetrock or should it be a laminate floor or a hardwood floor, or in terms of the guts of the furnace, what kind of thing do we want to do that? And none of us lay folk that serve on those types of committees have the background or knowledge to be making very educated decisions on those things. And so oftentimes when those change orders came through, things were being passed without fully understanding them. At least that was my opinion. And so I think having folks with experience and areas of expertise on a building committee makes a lot of sense to make sure that the best decisions are being made. And also, if you get a committee staffed with multiple people from the special interest group or the group that's bringing the project forward, then certainly they're going to want more and more and more for the project that they feel very passionate about. But there really needs to be some stopgap for looking at the costs and the needs for the whole community and not just for the group that brought that project forward. So that was the reasoning behind not having it filled with folks that are bringing the project forward. So I just wanted to mention those concerns. I also wanted to say I was glad to hear that the police chief position is moving forward in terms of the process to fill that. And I'm glad that Mr. Davern has agreed to stay on. The feedback I've gotten is that he's doing a wonderful job. And I'm really glad to hear that the vacancies are being made a priority, a continued priority, to make sure that we're moving forward. Thank you, Councilor Mankey, for your comments during the discussion of the resignation of the town manager, Thomas Hutka, and for insisting that if there was a settlement, that those things be voted on and brought forward for public knowledge. I do appreciate you saying that, and I will continue to follow up on that in future meetings. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lyons, go right ahead.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Again, it's very hard to follow the former mayor as she's right on top of the things that we were discussing tonight. I want to go back to my question about 690 Cedar Street. I appreciate that Councilor Page is concerned about the TOD around the area, and I understand why he is. I'm concerned about whether or not Anthony Properties is still involved in as being the buyer of the property. I've been watching this through now, I think 3 town managers, 1 acting town manager and 1 interim town manager. And I think we're to the point where one of the conditions that we got a grant for that area was for TOD to be developed around there. I think it's been going on for so long that the time frame for that condition is running out, if not already has run out. So I know this is not a back and forth as to whether or not you're going to give me an answer tonight as to whether Anthony Properties is still involved or if it's back on the market. I would at the next town council meeting be asking the same question. So please, when I ask the next time number 4, could I get an answer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Okay. Brian, you are ready to speak. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Whalen, 22 Pebble Drive. I know it's getting late. I'll make this short, but I'd just like to publicly thank you, Mr. Mayor, the town council, Jamie and Lauren for taking time out of your busy schedule Saturday to have a joint meeting with the fire commissioner, and the members of the fire department. We really appreciate what you did on Saturday by touring all of our properties, and there was a lot of great feedback that we had from you guys, and we just really want to say thank you, and hope we answered a lot of your questions on Saturday's tour. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. Seeing nobody else interested in public participation, we will move along to remarks by counselors. Any remarks by counselors? Seeing, oh, go ahead, Councilor Plourde.
I'm sorry again. Just a couple things. First of all, thank you to everybody that spoke in public participation. As always, it's very appreciated. I just want to speak to something that former Mayor Del Buono said. I appreciate you being here and sharing your experience and expertise. I couldn't agree more around the Public Building Commission. I think it's important that there are people with expertise relevant to buildings and building construction, a part of that conversation and a significant part of that conversation. And I also agree that interest groups that bring a project forward or advocate for a project shouldn't dominate a conversation around that project's needs. But I don't think that's a reason to remove them from the process either. That's my position. I think the Public Building Commission, as currently constituted, does remove them from the process in a significant, meaningful way. And that's my view. And then just want to thank, following up on Commissioner Whalen's remarks, I just want to thank Chief Traumer and Commissioner Whaler, Commissioner Stoddard, and Commissioner DeMayo for their welcome and their tour. We really appreciated it, and want to also congratulate Officer Leary for her hiring recently and swearing in, and for her service to the police department. And then finally, the Newington High School Spring Musical, Mamma Mia, has tickets on sale right now at nhsdrama.booktix.com. That's happening from March 14th to the 16th. I'll be there, and I hope others will be too, to support some really, really talented students. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Plourde. Any other remarks by councilors? Seeing none, I would just want to echo what was just said. I want to thank Commissioner Whalen and Commissioner Stoddard and Commissioner DeMayo, as well as Chief Traumer and all the other deputy chiefs for showing us around the fire department on Saturday. It was incredibly informative, and it was really fun. It was good to see what we have and the way the fire department operates. It was really awesome. So I really appreciate them for that. I want to say congratulations to new Deputy Chief Eric Giansanti for getting sworn in. We're really excited about that, and congratulations to Officer Leary. That's all I have. So we will move right along then to executive session. Counselor Page, would you read the resolution?
Yes, Mayor. Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 1-2006C, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, Attorney David Griffith, Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, Lauren Rhines, Director of Administrative Services, Joe Salamone, Facilities Director, and D.J. Zordon, Emergency Management Director, to discuss a public safety matter, emergency operations.
A second.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes, sorry.
no problem, Mayor Trister,
Yes.
9-0.
Great, thank you. So we are moving into executive session. Thank you all for tonight. We will come back at the end.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right.
So you should all have the link in your email for the executive session. Join there.
We'll be right over there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like your internet got better.
Wait a minute. Yeah, but what's gonna happen is gonna be coming in and out and in and out. So if I drop off give me a phone call and tell me what's going on. Thank you for noticing.
Bill, did you log off of both of your,
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, yeah, I did. But I'm off of the phone and I'm off the other one. Oh, now I'm off this one.
We all back? On a scale.
We're just missing Gail.
She
I
indicated
don't
she
know.
probably pop
Yeah.
back in because of her tech issues.
Or we can just resume without her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just missing Gail. Okay, we're ready.
Back in because of her tech issues. We can just resume without her. Yes. Yeah.
Hey, John, we're ready to go.
Okay, we're ready to go?
Yep.
All right, can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
anyone? All those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody. Great meeting.
Good night.
Take care.
Have a good
Bye,
night.
guys.